morning, everybody. So today we'll continue with the fourth Brahmana of the first Adhyaya of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which we started considering last month. So today is a continuation of the study we started last month, and once we finish that, hopefully today we'll start the next Brahmana as well. So last month in our study, we went through the first 6 stanzas of the fourth Brahmana. And just to recap the essence of those 6 stanzas, the Brahmana begins abruptly, suddenly, with the act of the self looking around and discovering that it alone exists. And so this act is related to the second Brahmana, to the fall, if you want to call it that, from the condition of the plenitude of the idea that is represented by the horse. This is the sacrifice of the horse. And in a way, this is a repetition of the sacrifice carried in the 10th mandala or volume of the Rig Veda, known as the sacrifice of Purusha. What is called Purusha in the Rig Veda, which can be translated as person, later it becomes gendered and becomes associated with Prakriti as the feminine gender. But in the Veda, there is no gendering. There is no second to Purusha. It is just person. It is not androcentric because the difference between the genders has not arisen. And it is not anthropocentric because though it is couched in terms that relate to the human, person is a essence that precedes and succeeds the human. This is reality as person. And reality as person is described as an infinite being. It's paradoxical. This paradox will raise itself again in the Bhagavad Gita when Arjuna asks to see who Krishna really is. And the vision that he receives is a second description of Purusha, of the Purusha Sukta. It is an infinite person. So in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, they are repeating this idea in the image of a horse. This achieves a number of interesting displacements. First, from the notion of person as human, which by this time has arisen. From the 10th mandala of the Rig Veda to the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, a gap of time has arisen that has socialized the symbol of the Veda. So this social symbol of the Veda is referred to in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. The seeds of it go back to the Purusha Sukta, as we see today. Swaha, you had a question.
I don't know what you mean by socialize the symbol of the.
I'll come to it in a moment. I'll come to it in a moment. So, what has happened is that the ideas of the Veda are turned into a ritual society. And this society is run through the rituals of the Veda. That is what gives it meaning, that's what gives it its boundaries of good and bad, right and wrong, ethics, and also the inside and the outside. So from this situation of the person as a magnified human, an anthropocentric person, that is sometimes related to the emperor, we now have another aspect of that society, the object of the sacrifice related to the coronation of emperors, that is made into the symbol of Purusha. It is an animal, the horse. In the Veda itself, we find this glorification of the two earliest domesticated animals of human society, the cow and the horse. And they are glorified or deified in the images of knowledge and power. So the horse is first set up in an image which is reminiscent of the image of Purusha and Purusha Sukta. And today we'll have occasion to consider it as we move into our study. But the first Brahmana presents this image, and the second Brahmana abruptly starts with the erasure of this image. This erasure is the sacrifice of Purusha. It's the sacrifice of the horse. The sacrifice of the horse as a social symbol related to the coronation of emperors. And out of that moment, which is a paradoxical moment, a moment of beginning in a reality without beginning. In that moment of beginning, we have the seeds of an emergence out of an absence, which is a way of talking about time. The idea of the eternal return, that which alone is, embodies itself to itself in a form in which it returns as its own infinite difference, as an experience of time. These rebirths of the same, which is always different. So this rebirth is given to us in the second Brahmana in a cosmological form. we may even say in a very elemental form, because the elements emerge in it. And we see how out of the absence there is a memory at work, which memory is very primordially related to the element of fire. There is a hidden fire that is burning at the heart of our loss of our amnesia, our primordial amnesia. And out of that comes gradually the elements as a struggle to emerge from an absence. And it stratifies a cosmos, builds a set of elements, creating a ladder rising up from the absence to the full presence. That is the very meaning of time. So we get that in a certain form, and then, so it is the absence of the horse, the cosmic re-establishment of the horse, the death of the horse, a repeated death, and the rebirths of the horse. This is what the second Brahmana gives us. The third Brahmana displaces this entire reconstitution of the horse in terms of a struggle, the struggle to emerge out of the absence to the presence. This struggle is the struggle between two wills. The will to forget and the will to remember and re-embody itself. Both these wills must be primordial, must in a sense be independent of each other and given their full right of existence, because freedom is the very name of this process. It is from the self, erasure of being in full freedom, not in coercion, not in a determination, but in a creative freedom, that the process of the cosmos begins. And that freedom is intrinsic to everything in the cosmos. We have the freedom to remember and the freedom to forget. That freedom is represented by the relativity of the two beings who structure time in the cosmos. They are the Devas and the Asuras, the gods and the demons. They're constantly at battle, ceaselessly, without any privilege being given to either of them. The privilege exists in the origin that existed before the division into the Devas and the Asuras. That is the memory at the heart of the creation. That in the sacrifice, in the forgetting, is still present. This is why the sacrifice is not non-being. It is like a non-being. Sri Aurobindo talks about the symbol dawn. He gives us another image of this very same process. And you will see there, he uses these terms always as an approximate. Almost it seemed opaque, impenetrable. This almost is the semblance, the creation of a non-being within being. But being within this non-being, which is really a non-consciousness rather than a non-being, the eradication or latency of consciousness remains as a memory. This memory is what stirs. And this idea of the stirring of memory in a self-loss is the image of time. So we get this image in the third Brahmana, where we find the gods and the demons are constantly at war. The gods trying to get a foothold to survive under these conditions where everything is constantly trying to wipe out consciousness. And they're given a certain power. Something comes down. This memory in all of us works in a gradual way, throwing up images of aid to our journey. Every step that we take receives a response which gives us a handle on how to get further. So the gods have received something. This is again a great, I think I'd say, a contribution of the Upanishads. The idea of the Om, the Pranava, or what will be called over here the original word, or they call it the ascending song, Udgita. Udgita, the song that ascends. It's the heart of aspiration. That has been received, that has somehow appeared, made its appearance. And the gods know that if they can utilize this primary instrument, they can emerge out of the subjection to the demons. But it's like being given some kind of weapon, and there's a whole set of operators who are being asked, can you operate this weapon? And each one that tries to operate it is immediately infected by the demonic power. So receiving something from above is no guarantee to its proper use. Every intuition that we receive, the world is full of people doing all kinds of things in the name of God. And many of them are not doing it out of insincerity. They're doing it because they received something true. But before they could even be conscious of the power by which to use it, they were infected by the demonic power. And so the third Brahmana deals with this. and points out that if the sincerity is there in the elements, a hidden power emerges in us. Even if each element in us fails, if the aspiration is there, the sincerity is there, in their trying, at an unpredictable moment, a hidden power emerges in us. This is the psychic power, hidden behind everything else, but really the essence of everything in us. Once it emerges, all these elements recognize it and accept it as their leader and want to know how they can go beyond the subjection to that power of the demons. And they are told by this power that has emerged, gather around me, and you will find that I am your essence. The Upanishad that revels in wordplay, creative wordplay, in relation to the Veda, is going to reinterpret the word Angirasa. The forefathers of the Vedic teaching, to talk about the psychic element in us. It's Angirasa. I am an Angirasa. Angirasa means the embers that remain after the fire is put out. But Angirasa also means, in the wordplay of the Upanishad, the rasa of the Anga. Anga means limb. All our limbs are Angas. Rasa means essence. The essence of all the limbs, the hidden essence, the central power of every limb in us that has been dismembered, the members that have been dismembered and are trying to come together to form the organism that will survive, because without that, the individual is not formed. So that is the essence of the third Brahmana. And then we come to the fourth Brahmana, which also begins with that sacrifice of the Purusha, begins with a moment of absence. Suddenly, out of the absence, in the telling of the fourth Brahmana, the self looks around. So this is, it's like where we are talking in the earlier Brahmanas about the loss of consciousness. And as I said, the loss of consciousness is not a loss of being. It is a latency of consciousness in being. The essence of being as experiencer is Purusha, person. And the essence of person is self, Atman. So Atman is always there, but as if by self-choice has lost its consciousness. For the experience of time. And from that condition, which is a appearance, all this is an appearance because it is paradoxical. We don't see it as an appearance because we are subject to time. But in its own experience, it experiences the awakening of consciousness in self. Therefore, there is nothing prior to self. It begins with self. And it starts by saying, in the beginning was the self. And self, it's all about self asking, what am I? The I is asking, what am I? Self looks around. That is that notion of what is. And looking around, it sees there is nothing other than self. See, it's a beautiful, paradoxical meditation. That which is everything loses its own sense of what it is. So that the will to know what it is, this is the whole thing about knowing that one knows. Right? Eating of the fruit of good and evil is knowing that one knows. Accepting duality is to know that one knows. Out of that forgetting, it asks, who am I? And knows that it is all there is. That's all there is. So this fourth Brahmana introduces the phenomenological essence of duality, the experiential essence of duality, that the forgetting creates. So again, because it's a paradoxical appearance, it is and it is not. One may think of it as the coexistence of being and the exercise of the consciousness of being. Being that may exist in consciousness eternally, and that does exist in consciousness eternally. It is and it knows it is. This is the condition before it turns around to ask, who am I? And being that turns around to ask the question, who am I? These are two realities. Being without exercising its consciousness, just conscious. And being in which consciousness becomes an operation on itself. Last time we stopped by talking about Kashmir Shaivism, which is another system, very profound system that arises much later, around the 7th century, but that is mirroring a lot of these truths. In the traditions that develop around Shiva, and there we have two realities that are fused at the very summit of being, of particularly cosmic being. They are known as Prakasha and Vimarsha. Prakasha is self-illumination, that is the radiance of infinite light, original, without any beginning or cause, and without any reflexivity. It just exists. Vimarsha is the operation of that light on itself. This is like a self-traversal, looking around, traversing one's own territory. How large am I? To ask that question and to traverse the self, which is infinite, all at once, is an infinite velocity of self-reflection. It is the zero velocity. It seems to be still. That's the zero velocity. That is Prakasha. And it also knows itself at once. That is the infinite velocity by which Vimarsha operates in Prakasha. But in this duality, in this the creation of this duality, this becomes the foundation, the ground or basis on which this self-reflexivity can also figure itself as another reality in which that infinite velocity becomes degrees of velocity. Infinite velocity is an absolute velocity. All at once, as we say. But since it is emerging out of a non-knowing, out of an amnesia, the appearance of an amnesia, it also creates gradations of appearance, what we call gradual illumination. These two illuminations enter later into spiritual traditions as sudden enlightenment and gradual enlightenment. We are all in a process of gradual enlightenment. We experience time and we try to emerge out of that duality of the demonic and the divine. In time. And when I say we, I mean the entire creation down to the beginnings of consciousness that is struggling to survive and individuate itself. Forming an entire gradation of experiences of duration, relative persistences of time experience. These are the various degrees of the self-experience of Brahman, leading to an approximate coming ever closer to the infinite velocity of Vimarsha, which is the Divine Mother's experience of the Supreme Being. And this relative gradation is creating the cosmos. That is the very name of the cosmos. And the cosmos is taking place through an evolution. This gradation is being manifest. The gradation already exists. Just as absolute time already exists, the gradation already exists in idea. But the gradation manifests in time, becomes material in time. And this is what the fourth Brahmana, till now that we've studied the 6 stanzas, is talking about. It's talking about the sacrifice having reversed itself and re-emerging from matter as the sacrifice of Soma in Agni. These are the 2 gods that they are taking from the Veda, Soma and Agni. And this is again a reconfiguration of the image of the Vedic sacrifice in the socialization of the Veda. That is, everything in life is being conducted through sacrifices that have, in a sense, lost their meaning but become social symbols. You do rituals in which you sacrifice to the fire. And ultimately, they're sacrificing a number of things, but they are reducing it all to Soma. Soma is the delight principle. So it is all the sacrifice of Soma in Agni is another way of talking about the fact that all our happiness, everything that we consider of value, everything that gives us joy, is to be sacrificed to the will, the aspiration for the divine. And they're showing us this in a kind of image that I have called the libidinal economy of the cosmos. This term, of course, is a modern term, but they're showing it to us in this form in terms of three strata of this sacrifice that relate to the search for immortality. As I said, the whole thing, the divinity that lies at the summit is the divinity of the immortal. This is the mortal, that the sacrifice of the Purusha, the sacrifice of the horse is a sacrifice first from immortality to mortality. That's why that hymn, from darkness lead me to light, from death lead me to immortality, from truth lead, from ignorance lead me to truth. The three strata they're talking about is the strata of sex. So they're saying there are three fires: the fire of the vagina, the fire of the hands, and the fire of the mouth. And at each level, there is a certain kind of immortality that is reached. The fire of sex reproduces the kind and achieves a species immortality. An immortality at the level of something that continues, establishes itself. The fire of the hands is the fire of culture and civilization that leaves the immortality of the traces of the human on which other humans can survive. And the fire of the mouth is that which gives us the mantra. The word, the Udgita, the ascending song, that when offered to the supreme aspiration of the psychic, can lead us to divine immortality. So these are the three stations: the rise of the power of sacrifice. That's where we stopped last time, and that's the whole thing has to do with coming to the return of the sacrifice of Purusha or of the horse, leading to a reconstitution and ultimately to the divinization, not merely of the individual, but also of the cosmos. So it's given here at an individual level. This whole thing is being given to us as a reflection, as a meditation by the self. That's why it begins with atman. Atman, self. We understand, each of us understands self only as self. We understand self in anything else only as inference. We really don't know what is anybody else's self in our present condition. We know it by inference, but we know what is self in us. So the meditation begins with the self of the individual. And at the same time, that self is the self of the horse, the self of the cosmos, the self of all selves. That idea of the self of all selves gradually emerges. So when we have the notion of the creatures that are born and these different durations that are set up, all the way from the human to the ant, as this image goes, we are confronted with the idea of a universal self that exists in all selves. So that's where we are at this point in our study. These first 6 verses conclude the cosmogonic section of the Brahmana. Cosmogonic meaning the section of the process leading to the formation of the cosmos. The following verses reflect on the process and consequences, demonstrating the identity and equivalence of self, atman, and the cosmos, and opening the ways for this identity to be experienced in the bliss of relation within the separated and fragmented world. How will we experience the one self that exists everywhere? This is going back to the third Brahmana, which was in the individual, the limbs of the individual. We have to find something that is the one thing in all the separated limbs. That is the psychic being. Yes, and at this point, any reflections, questions, etc.? Yes.
I was remembering that the mithya, in Sanskrit, it means the untruth, the lie. So, and also it comes with a myth that from which the mitra, that friend, also comes, right? So it's like being with. And I was struck by that, and why untruth is coming from being with. So that, and then it came to me that, the mitha, the untruth, is something that cannot live without being with the truth. Meaning,
Right.
the only way it can, establish its existence is by being with the truth.
Right.
So that said, it just when we were speaking, it just came to me that we talk about the inconscience and giving full right to the untruth or non-being. Yeah. How about also that this love that is being with, that is an idea which is seated within this non-being, so that which actually is the essence of being with.
Right.
So I just thought.
Yes, absolutely. And this is the reason why when we look at these Brahmanas, the second Brahmana talks about this sacrifice and its re-emergence as the creation of death. Mrityu, the creation of death. Death, that is hunger. Everything is already given to death in that sense. But the same image of death in the third Brahmana becomes Prajapati, the lord of the creatures. So this lord of the creatures and these gradations that we are talking about, which is also seen in a positive light there, as a counterfoil to death, right? Or another name for death, just like what you're saying is like mithya is another name for the mythos. See, the very myth by which the idea, the real idea of the cosmos. Because these two gradations that are created, that being with, being and non-being, that are with each other, are necessary for creating the spectrum of durations that make up the cosmos. This being with unleashes infinity in a relational cosmos. From that point of view, it is the very necessary, component of the cosmos itself, as an act of love. Because all this being with is itself an act of love, and it opens up the doors to a cosmos that knows its oneness through its duality. If it were not to know its oneness through duality, we wouldn't need any cosmos at all. This is what Sri Aurobindo points out. That's the additional element. What does God get out of a creation? God gets a new kind of godhood, a godhood of its own infinity related through love. And the question about the socialization of the Veda, as you were asking, so what is behind this presentation at least is that the Veda begins as a yoga, a kind of a mystic path given in symbols. But these symbols are also symbols that people have in their outer life. It's told in the symbols of the life of society. And gradually, these symbols start becoming the ritual elements that structure the society. That's the socialization of the Veda. And as it becomes that, it gradually tightens its hold so that there is no reality outside those symbols for the people who live within that. They start losing their freedom as individuals. So, what the Upanishad is doing, even in creating words like Brahman and Atman, is to create the space for the individual to think about self, which did not even exist in the Veda, is to empower the individual as having relational space and to escape from that point of view, from the rituals of the Veda. They are constantly in relation with those rituals at the same time. That's why the terms that are being used are related to the ritual. The very sacrifices, but they're re-signifying all the meanings of those rituals in terms of individual experience, thereby creating freedom.
Actually, that's another question I had. What is really freedom? I mean, so, because when you talk about inconscience and all that, so already it is bringing force from consciousness, right? And any force has a direction. So when it has direction, how can it be really free?
So the freedom is not the freedom of the cosmos, because as you say, it is determined. But the freedom comes from the viewpoint that there are two, and you can choose between the two.
Who does?
Whatever is experiencing. So the gods don't have freedom, but the evolving consciousness that has subjected itself to the gods has freedom. Before that, as you're saying, before the directionality, there is no freedom. And after the directionality, there is no freedom in the beings of the directionality.
But which direction to take?
Yeah, but which direction to take belongs to that which is subject to those forces.
But there is a third too, right? The evolving direction.
Yeah.
The direction of, meaning you can choose between being evolved or being involved.
Yeah,
So,
right. That's the freedom in this case.
but that third, that fire that you talked about, ultimately it has its root in the evolving,
Yeah.
that will.
Yeah, that's why right in the beginning they're looking at the re-emergence of the horse in terms of this hidden fire that is throwing up the elements before it makes it. So in the Upanishadic system of elements, moving from consciousness to the inconscient, or actually moving down as again, here it's moving up. So you first have, here in this case, you first have water and then matter. They're looking at matter as a form of water, actually. And then water itself as a form of fire. The solar fire, arca, they're using the term arca. Arca is related to solar fire, but it is also related to the Rik of the Veda, Rig Veda, right? The Rik, which is the stanza of the mantra. That's why fire and word are being equated. And what you're being told is that this is the memory of the idea by which everything is held together. Dharma is another word that's going to be used. The true meaning of dharma is the same. All these words like, arka, dharma, all these kind of terms, the purusha or ashwa, they are synonyms for the real idea of supermind. The idea with a capital I, which has lost itself and is regaining itself.
However, I'd still continue on that freedom thing, because if there is a third thing that always breaks the tie, right? Like there is a 50-50, but there is a tiebreaker third, which can integrate. So that ultimately, even if you think of geometrically that triangle, it's like an arrow.
Yeah.
So it has a direction. So the third gives that direction.
True.
As opposed to the square.
That's the being with. The being with, as you were saying earlier. So, following verses reflect on the process and consequences, demonstrating the identity and equivalence of self, atman, and the cosmos, and opening the ways for this identity to be experienced in the bliss of relation within the separated and fragmented world. Verse 7, for example, returns us to a synoptic view of the process of cosmic creation. So they keep coming back to this original moment. This is again a kind of a memory that is, you are being put into contact. What is memory to us is the paradoxical moment of the beginning of creation. To the supermind. To the supermind, it always exists. But it exists by dint of the fact of creating the conditions of time, the experience of time. And yet this time experience, this is also very profound. Time experience, for us, we are constrained by time. If we look at Western philosophy, we see, for example, Kantian philosophy. Kant speaks about the fact that we can never know reality as it is because there is a division between us and we are always constructing reality, partly because of the instruments we are using, which are as a species shared by us, but which are specific, because they belong just to that species. But also partly because we are constrained by the transcendental condition of time. See, we can't escape from time. We say everything, we experience everything in terms of time. The experience of time. So when we are talking about the reality of something which is superior to time, it has been the human experience to either deny it, that it cannot be experienced, or escape from time altogether into an eternity in which we can't have any time. But if we are to see this experience as a self-experience within us, the self that looked around and saw itself everywhere. Okay? That's why they're bringing us back again and again to that moment. If we are to somehow get to that point, then we'll know the infinite velocity and the relative velocities at the same time. We'll know that this is a creative choice of our own self. That is very difficult, but that is the meditation that the Upanishads is repeatedly engendering in us, so that we may keep our consciousness focused on that. And by that focusing of the consciousness, of the concentration, the idea will relive in us and we will experience it. Swaha.
Well, you kind of answered it. I was going to say, in very deep states of meditation,
Yes.
you can
Yes.
not experience time.
Yes. So that's the thing. So we, in deep experiences, we come out of the experience of time and can experience the one from which time has arisen. The challenge that this is, and Sri Aurobindo's yoga is also facing us with, is can we come to that as a state of existence in our waking conditions? You know, can we come to this double existence of that which is still and knows itself as not changing in the entire cosmos, and at the same time experiencing itself as degrees of temporal experience. For the sake of relationship, for the sake of multiple self-knowledge, as a manifestation of love, of divine love. Yes.
In waking experience, there are also experiences of time in slow motion.
Yes.
So is that like hints
Yes.
of...
Absolutely. You know, that's what, I mean, that I was talking about Kant. We see how the transition from the philosophy of the Enlightenment to what we call modern philosophy grapples exactly with these points that are being denied by the philosophy of the Enlightenment. People like Bergson are talking about the intuition of time and these states that you just mentioned, where we can escape from our experience of time into other slower and faster experiences. You see, so the relativity of time can be experienced by us. We loosen the shackles of our conditioning in time. Eventually, he's saying the whole idea of the time intuition, according to Bergson, is to emerge from individual time to universal time. What is the time of the becoming of being as a whole? John.
I have a question of practice.
Yeah.
I'm listening to you talk. There are times when there's a lot of light, and then there's a snapping back. I forget it.
Yeah.
can it be valuable to focus on the mechanism of that snapback?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So why is there the snapback? And this is when the mother is talking about bridges that have not been built. See? Whether we talk about dreams, and this is the whole thing in a way about Sri Aurobindo's yoga. I mean, even in his own yoga, beginning with the experience in the Alipur jail, where he was being shown that there are these cosmic mind ranges that have not been stabilized universally by human beings in our tradition. And to stabilize them is part of the unfinished evolution of man. So this gap between these moments when things are, this brilliance of light and this stasis that one experiences, and the snapping back into the habitual mode, between these two, there are states to be stabilized. And so the whole idea about experiencing different durations is also related to that. How can we create conditions so that we can gradually move from one to the other without there being any determined, that's how creativity can move from the highest to the most immediate, the most material. So verse 7 is going to return us to a view of the cosmic creation. Atman as Purusha's reflexive self-regard and the division of its internal duality, creating the virtual or subtle physical cosmos of creatures with their names and forms. See, this what we are talking about. The one self regarding itself and becoming differentiated and divided names and forms. This term will travel down the history of Indian spirituality and take on the name Nama Rupa. Nama Rupa as a compound, name and form. Everything has a name and a form. A form which we see even if we don't have a name for it. But a name which represents the idea of it and which gives it a certain virtual existence in our minds as a distinct thing. Takes the blurred reality out of it, makes it into discrete realities, a name and a form. In a way, it's the empirical and the ideal combined. It's with our senses that we sense the world, and with our minds that we put a label on what we sense. Between the two, it's a collusion, it's the phenomenological instrument, antakarana. It's a collusion between the two that is being operated by cosmic mind to create a differentiated universe in each of us. So we see each other as separate and we have distinct realities that are othered from us. So this is the verse, number 7. Now all this universe was then undifferentiated. So this is again going back to that moment. He keeps going back to that moment of the sacrifice. It became differentiated by name and form, nama rupa. It was known by such and such a name and such a form. Thus, to this day, this universe is differentiated by name and form. So it is said, he has such a name and such a form. This self has entered into these bodies up to the very tips of the nails, as a razor lies hidden in its case, or as fire which sustains the world lies hidden in its source. People do not see the self, for when viewed in parts, it is incomplete. When breathing, it is called the vital breath, prana. When speaking, the organs of speech. When seeing, the eye. When hearing, the ear. When thinking, the mind. These are merely its names according to its functions. He who meditates on one or another of its aspects does not know, for it is then incomplete. The self is separated from its totality by being associated with a single characteristic. The self alone is to be meditated upon, for in it all these become unified. Of all these, this self alone should be known, for in it all these become one. This self is the foot trace of all these, for by it one knows all this, just as by its footprints one can find again a lost cow. He who knows this, ya evam Veda, obtains association with dear ones everywhere. You see? So it's interesting if you contrast this, it's again, as I say, it's a return again and again to that moment. If you contrast this with the beginning of this Brahmana, where it talked about the self looking around and seeing itself everywhere, and then saying that this is the primordial sense of self. Because this exists, if you ask somebody who he is, he first says, I, and then the name by which he is known. See? The sense of the I comes before everything else, because the subject is the most inner reality of all of us. It's the essence of all of us. The I, the most indescribable reality. It does not lend itself to description. It is self-evident. So it's the subject. But now returning, they're going to look at it as the object, the name and the form. The undifferentiated one became differentiated. And by the mechanism by which it became differentiated, we know it as its differentiated reality, and we know ourselves as its differentiated reality. And therefore, whenever we look at anything, we know it by its name and its form. Nama Rupa. Its object. The subject and the object are both created by the same act, the act of the self.
So one tricky thing here is that ego, which is sort of integrated, claims everything as one, like a central being, but it's still not. I mean, basically the shadow of that one. So that empowers that differentiation different to a different dimension.
Exactly. The ego is the shadow of the sense of self, because the ego reduces the sense of self to the name and the form. It becomes enclosed by the object. The subject becomes reduced to the object. What you're being told is exactly that the subject was the undifferentiated one that has differentiated. Sri Aurobindo makes the distinction between that which is differentiated but not divided, and that which is differentiated and divided. That which is differentiated and not divided is the self that knows that it is one that has become many. But differentiated and divided is the self that has lost itself in the name and form and sees only itself as that. That discreteness has taken place. You have lost yourself in the operation of the overmind Maya.
I mean, there is an intelligence that brings about this breath and the mind and everything, and makes it one self which is more powerful than the breath and the mind and the thoughts, and claims that as the real being. So that is, I'm just saying, thinking that is much more powerful than these separate parts.
Yeah. So that's the thing, that's the individuation that is taking place. Individuation, the way by which we see this descent that they're talking about from the one to the many in degrees of experience, degrees of time. It's very interesting because even this notion of the what we call the planes of consciousness, even this term is used by Bergson, and he's using it to talk about duration. He's using it to talk about the fact that time experience is more or less compressed. By compression, he means our habitual self, which is made up of expected responses to everything that we are experiencing due to a memory that has sedimented itself into patterns, right? That kind of an experience of time, and an experience of time in which whatever happens to us opens us to creative possibilities. My response is unpredictable and comes from large forces that manifest at that moment. Between these two poles are various degrees of conditioning. And they're related to the time experience of different creatures. Each one is a plane of consciousness. See? Because each one represents a greater degree of freedom. Yeah, talking about freedom again. See? So again, the same way in which each, down to that habitual, to the highest experience of creative time, something that has built a kind of individuality for itself due to uniting faculties. This is the whole idea of individuation, that a number of faculties that by themselves could not survive come together to create a unit that survives to a degree of adequacy. See? The degree of adequacy is going to be more or less. If it is a creature that lasts only a day or 2 hours, maybe, is born and dies in 2 hours, that's its degree of adequacy. See? That its elements are managing to hold together against the pressure of the disintegration that is taking place all the time. In comparison to us, for example, that have reached a degree of individuation where the fire burns in these 3 centers. We can reproduce ourselves, we can create a civilization, and we can give the word of freedom to others. See? That is a degree of individuation by which all these elements have conspired to create adequacy to the cosmos, to the chaos of the cosmos, and become cosmic. Cosmogenesis can take place in us. So yeah, that's where these elements by themselves, that's why when they're talking about by themselves, these elements, if you focus on them, and this is the why are they saying that? This is a kind of normal human fetishism. We reduce things to, that's the fetish. You reduce things to a part and you get stuck in the part. In a sense, the fetishism is even in this whole notion. That's why the whole meditation is related to name and form. Name and form belongs to the senses in each of us, but name and form belong to the differentiated and divided condition of the world as well. Each one of us is a limb of the multi-limbed cosmos. So, if we see ourselves as separated beings, we only see ourselves as ego, and we don't have the adequacy to the cosmos. But if we see ourselves as beings that compose the unity of the universal atman, a different kind of society emerges. See, so it operates at the beauty of this passage is it's straddling that line between the individual and the cosmic, between the individual and the collective.
In fact,
And
the
the
collective
social.
ego is also there, right?
Yes, yes.
That's the one step between.
Exactly.
the-
Very true, yes. Just as there can be a shadow to the individual, where there is a unity, but we are stuck in the individual, so too in every collective there is a similar kind of bound and the othering of that which is outside it. But that's the thing about the one self in all selves, makes you see the individuation and also the individuation that has distributed itself across the cosmos. Kalpan.
The last part that you guys were talking about ego and so is it also related about limiting your limits or limitless?
Yeah, it's in a way both, because the limitless is creating a world of beings. But in its creation of the world of beings from the complete forgetting, there is an evolution that's taking place. And in the evolution, the elements that it already knows, you see, that's the reason why the horse's image is given. That all the parts that make up the horse are scattered about because it's sacrificed, it's fragmented. But they are coming together in little parts to form new creatures. Each creature that is formed, the beginning of individuation is the formation of boundaries. We form various boundaries, an enclosure, right from the single-celled animal, right? You find that it creates an enclosure in which some primitive functions are going to operate. So that is the creation of bounds, as you say. But the one that is creating those bounds knows itself as everything. It's the self in every self. But it creates also a shadow of itself. That shadow thinks it is its bounds. See? So somewhere we have to find a place in ourselves where we know that the cosmos is within my bounds and also I am everything else in the cosmos. These two are in relationship. As a matter of fact, talking about our times and the kinds of philosophies that are arising now, which are called post-humanist philosophies, they are related to what you're saying, because who is the individual? In a way, each one of us is the whole cosmos, but we don't feel it like that. And if I'm to even meditate on that, I'll immediately realize that there's a lot of things in the cosmos that I will not like to associate myself with. See? So, can I, in every case, as a reality, everybody that you meet forms an image inside your mind. And if you live with somebody for some time, that person becomes a personality inside you. They are going around inside you. You are listening to them in an unconscious manner. To what extent can they be made conscious and you realize that they are also yourself? Every self inside you is actually a self of the cosmos that contains in itself the same self that you are. That is a kind of a yoga of the cosmos that we can make into our own.
Somehow I'm also connecting this discussion with Sri Aurobindo's ability, being in that one room, but going out
Yeah.
to do things that a normal person cannot think of, like he controlled, say, World War II or wherever. By sitting in that room, he did many things,
Yeah.
because that was infinite on his end, that he possibilities wise.
Right?
I don't know if there is a connection.
No,
but-
not only that. I mean, there's a poem by him. I think it's called "Cosmic Being" or something like that, where he's talking about everything that's happening in the world, happening in his own body. And the mother also says, I mean, the World War was taking place. She says, every limb of my body was a battlefield. She's physically embodying the whole cosmos.
Wow, yeah.
So that's the degree to which, I mean, those are the states of consciousness that are way away from where we are right now.
And that's
But-
why I said limitless.
Yeah, the limit and limitless,
Yeah.
which we are being called to confront and make into our own. That is a yoga, actually. That is the invitation of this these passages.
And he claims that every individual has capacity
Yes.
to be like that.
Right.
Like we are part of it.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah,
Is there an ego that
it's because of the ego, right? It's because of the ego and the fact that the true self is hidden to the extent that comes out and can irradiate these boundaries
yeah.
and see itself out everywhere, looking around, it saw it was only one. There was nothing but itself. To the extent that is possible in us, this starts also becoming possible.
So, you were explaining one Brahmana to second, third, but the thing is like a horse image and then sacrifice, but after the sacrifice there is a remembrance and under the flame, they come together as a form and make another evolution and progress. So it's like even though sacrifice there, but because of the remembrance, we come back and evolve each life. And even though every cosmic being and everything, she designed very intelligent way, but making us aware and more conscious, and then we realize and we try to become and make progress towards the goal. So I think I understood that way. We don't have to worry about the sacrifice, but the remembrance will come back and make us evolve and take us to the goal. So each birth, even though we die like the hunger, death doesn't they make us more progress, like for the next life, where to go and to reach the goal.
Yeah.
So each Brahmana, as they explain in Rig Veda and all that lead us to the goal,
Yeah.
take us to the light,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And so all this way, little, we have to remembrance it comes, and then it will, aware and make us progress towards the goal.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. The idea of the sacrifice, it's very interesting because you're right. You're absolutely right in the fact that the notion of this remembrance the remembrance of the horse before the sacrifice, so to say, the before the fragmentation. In a way, what you're being told that is that it happened and it never happened, right? That we are already, I mean, it's always there. It's the what Gebser calls the ever-present origin. It's always there, but we are experiencing it in another way. See, so that paradox, this is what they are asking us to constantly keep in mind. In some texts, some Buddhist texts, for example, they see this whole, they have another image of seeing this whole thing like a magic trick. See? So every one of our experiences is the experience of the Supreme Being, that is creating a magic trick in which it itself is experiencing that it has started from scratch, it doesn't know anything, it is totally ignorant, and it's gradually building up to a memory of who he is. And one day it suddenly realizes, oh, this is what I was. And that time that we are taking, and talking about Deborah's degrees of time experience, is instantaneous time. But it is also being experienced by us as these aeonic periods of time, or the time of a life, that we start off thinking that we have eternity in front of us, and gradually the collective suggestion is going to tell us, oh, your life is about to end, right? These are all things to do with the experience of time. They're all relative, they're all illusionary, but they're all created so that we have different senses of experience.
So also the shadow also make us to grow. It's like a Hashem process.
Yeah.
So all that shadow obstacle comes to make us progress.
Yeah, right. The shadow comes to make us progress, and the shadow also is related to the will to freedom, to remain what we are or not remain what we are, to develop a new kind of experience.
And is this why the Uspensky yoga, I guess called, emphasized self-remembering? They were on that forgetting and countering it.
Yeah, but what the Gurdjieff work tries to do, I'm not that clear about the idea of self in Gurdjieff, except that he's also talking about this individuation process, in that we're scattered beings. We move through life habitually without a sense of the coherence of being, and that at every point we need to be aware that we are functioning as a single being, as a whole unit, and that's the kindling of the sense of self, the true sense of self, and I think that is in that way it is a connection with the atman, ultimately connecting with the atman, but that Gurdjieff is the person who gives that image of the fact that somebody knocks on the door, somebody opens, and every time it's a different person. Because there's so many personalities roaming around inside us that we have no control over. So what makes for the unity of all these, talking about the limbs and the parts, each one of them not being sufficient, but operating together under the individuating power of the Atman. So can we, that's part of Gurdjieff's yoga, throughout the day can we form habits of remembering to bring together all our parts into a sense of self. Who am I? Why am I here? what constitutes me, that central focus to bring yourself together. Margaret.
So, at some point in the talk, may have been your summary, you were talking about the psychic power, and then we've been talking about the power of the atman. Is there a place, I mean, it may be emerging in different is there a place where that power of the self is more explicitly resented in what we've been talking about?
Yeah, so as you see, the way the Upanishads are written, it's all mystic speech. They don't make clear distinctions, they don't give words for these things. But even in the body of Upanishads, if we look at it chronologically, words begin emerging. Like the word Brahman and Atman, they're new words. Later, by the time of the Katha Upanishad, you'll have the distinction between Atman and Antaratman. Antaratman means the inner Atman. Okay? So here, as we see the self of all selves and how this Brahmana begins, the self, in the beginning was the self. The self looked around and saw itself everywhere. What is that self? That self is the Brahman, the self of Brahman. The self, the subject of Purusha. That's what it is. That's why it says, in the beginning was Atman in the shape of Purusha. You see, in the form of Purusha. So Purusha is person. By person is meant both an essence of self and a body of qualities, infinite qualities. You see. So Brahman, that's Sri Aurobindo analyzes the difference between Nirguna and Anantaguna, the one without any qualities. Brahman without any qualities is pure self. It's the essence of being. The essence of being is self, Atman. But it has infinite qualities. These qualities are its gunas. Therefore, it's Ananta Guna. Atman is Nirguna. Yeah, but Brahman as Purusha is Ananta Guna. So this distinction between person and self is a very early distinction of the Upanishads. Adhyaya Upanishad will also begin with this, that Atman looks down into the ocean and congeals out of it a person. You see. But then other Upanishads will say, like Katha Upanishad, the highest is the person. See? So idea of the person and the self, that also is a duality, right? They're two different things, just like we are talking about, Purusha and Prakriti, or Ishvara and Shakti. So this Prakasha and Vimarsha, this being and its consciousness, right? Consciousness is qualitative. It has infinite qualities. Being is qualityless. It has infinite qualities, but it can extricate itself from all its qualities. That's self, the essence. That's why the term rasa here is used for essence. That's the essence of all sense. Yes, Jim.
I was just wondering, I haven't formulated this too completely yet, but thinking of what we've been talking about with time and space and self, I'm wondering if we could look at like astronomical observations or physics theories and experiments. For example, when we look out at the cosmos and realize that light we're seeing is from something that occurred millions of years ago. And yet, what is it that allows me, this self, in some ways this infinitesimal self, standing on this single planet and having an awareness to comprehend all these things? It seems like that can be a meditation in itself to allow us to open up and expand our consciousness.
Right. Right. Yes, Jim. So that is another one of those examples of multiple duration where there are such, we think about, just as we are talking about trying to intuit the duration of an ant, or of a fly that lives for a day, what is its experience of time? We are also we coexist with these stellar objects whose light reaches us, kind of a billion years from when it set out, right? This is the relativity of time experience, and we can be boggled by it mentally. It can be a mental exercise of wonder, but we can also kind of relate to it psychically. See, that's where it becomes duration. And I probably didn't finish what I was trying to say, Margaret, about the fact that the self, surrounded by its consciousness, by its qualities, individuates itself around in every case. So every one of our limbs has got quality to it, right? It is its own quality. The eyes are reducing reality to light and have the ability to receive and respond to light, right? The ears have another kind of faculty, not that of receiving reality as light, but as sound, right? So on and so forth. And there are other qualities than even what we can call the electromagnetic spectrum, etc. There are subjective qualities that don't materialize themselves, right? Which are even more essential than all these objective qualities. So all these qualities that have specialized themselves in organs inside us, have behind them the same self. See, and that's the Atman. That's why it is nirguna. It is prior to quality. It has encased itself in infinite qualities and specialized itself into infinite manifestations of quality. But these together, in a form of adequacy, a limited number of qualities in a form of adequacy exists at the center of every individuation. Now, in the human, that's why all these Upanishads, the Aitareya Upanishad is going to talk about these, they limit it to a few, again, repeatedly, the eyes, the ears, the speech, the breath, and the mind. These are 5 that are going to be talked about as qualitative essences. But there are many more. There are infinite qualitative essences. But these qualitative essences that come together to form an individual have at their center the self, which is in each of them. But when the quality of the gods and the demons, when they decide to become an individual, when they decide that we are going to operate as a mini cosmos in ourselves, these qualities, the essences of all these qualities get activated around the central Atman. That is the psychic being. The psychic being has got all the qualities that constitute each one of us in essence. Ultimately, infinite qualities, but each one of us has a certain number of those qualities fronted. We are each a pattern that is unique of these qualities that are ultimately infinite. And so in our relations, that's what when we were talking about the fact that the whole cosmos exists in each of us, one way of thinking about universalization is just that. To what extent do others ignite new qualities in us? So that the psychic being, this is part of the evolution of the psychic being. When we talk about Purusha in the traditional sense, there is no evolution to Purusha. But when we talk about psychic being, there is evolution to psychic being. Psychic being evolves towards universality in a unique and individual way. Each one of us evolves in our own way towards universality because we are unique. We are a unique pattern of qualities. Jonathan.
I have a couple of questions. One of them is if one of the senses, like hearing or sight, is a path to this realization that you're talking about. And the second question, and related to, well, I'll put this the first and a half question out there, and you can see if you want to talk about it or not. The first and a half question is about synesthesia, in which the senses become united in experience, and if that's part of that process also. The second question is about, I wonder if you could speak about actually Sri Aurobindo and Mother's yoga in the body and the cells, in terms of this Upanishad that you're talking about.
Yeah, I think all these are very beautiful invitations to consider what we are talking about. And actually, that's what this passage is saying in terms of the fact that each one of these senses is a foot trace, as they're saying. How do we find the lost cow? We find the lost cow by its foot traces. The foot trace is the hidden atman that is present in each one of these. We only see the outer sense, but if we are looking for the atman, we can use it as a foot trace to find the atman, you see. And then the caveat that they're making is, but don't be mistaken to think that's the fetish, right? Is that the only, that's what religion is about, right? This is my God, right? This is your God. So that's where the limbs are being separated, being used as the foot traces of the one, but also becoming fetishes in themselves. So we can use any one of these as a door to the one, but we must not forget that the one is all of them. This is the point that it's making, that you've lost the real one if you think it's the only one. You see? So that's one of the points it's making. The second thing about synesthesia that's really very beautiful, because I think that's in his commentary on the Kena Upanishad, Sri Aurobindo is talking about how these unities that form an individual also operate as sub-unities within themselves. You see, like the senses, that's why he's saying that the kind of Indian psychology description or analysis of mind has the notion of the sense mind, right? So this is in partly also present in Western psychology or Western philosophy, where Kant is talking about the aesthetic synthesis. The aesthetic synthesis doesn't have to do with beauty in Kant. Aesthetic synthesis is exactly that, the synthesis of the senses. We are receiving different inputs through our different senses, but we form a single image of reality. It's all synthesized into a sense experience, right? So that which is synthesizing these into a single experience is its own reality. It's its own atman, self of the senses. You see, it's the self of the senses as a whole. If we experience that, to the extent that we experience that, we have mastery over all the senses. We can interchange the senses. See, there's a mother's talking about siddhis where the whole body becomes a seeing organ. see, that, I mean, she herself had siddhis of that kind. People thought it was a joke, but it was literally true. She said, I can see with the back of my head. And she said at some place, this is something I developed from childhood, the ability to see what's going on behind me, literally. So these senses are present in us. They've become specialized in certain places, but there are points, they're just like the notion of the bindu, right? That you can emerge onto a higher dimension where you reconfigure all the elements of the lower dimension. That's what synesthesia is. But synesthesia, normally people who experience it happens unconsciously. Something happens and it's as if the connections at that higher level become activated. And you start getting cross signals through these senses. But it can also be a conscious thing if one has consciousness of that central unit, sense, what he calls the sense of the senses. He uses this term when he's talking about the supramental sense, samgyana. So he's saying, supramental cognition, supramental sense. The supramental sense, samgyana, has a individual element in each of our minds, which is the manas, the sense mind. And the sense mind is not just a kind of an operation, of some synthesis that is occurring due to neurons. It's its own organ. And one can awake to that organ. That organ can awaken us. And finally, the notion of the cells, the yoga of the cells, both in Sri Aurobindo and the Mother, where he's talking about the yoga of the body, Sharira Chatushta, the quartet of the body, and the Mother's yoga of the cells, it's exactly the same thing. That how can one find the divinity that unites them outside of the automatisms of the individuation that nature has created. So nature has created an individuation that is made up of the automatisms of Prakriti evolving under the pressure of this will to immortality. And it has reached a certain adequacy in us where the reversal of consciousness can take place and Purusha can emerge and then become the agent that will extend its freedom. This is what's happening in the Upanishads as well. It's telling the people in a bound polis, in a socialized society, that you're actually free. You don't need to obey these laws. It's the same thing at the micro level. If one gets to that point, one can say to the body, you're actually free. You don't live. The Mother gives that image. She says, in a supramental world, you'll have to tell the heart to beat. The heart is not going to beat by itself. The automatism of our functions are each going to become free and have to choose their own operations as an act of consciousness, not as an automatism of the natural body. And that's only if they find the central element that has created so it's a dynamically renewed individuation in us as a creative act from moment to moment in the body. So,
This is quite personal, so we want to answer it at a different time, but I want to ask it. When you said how the Mother experienced World War II and the battlefields were going on in her body, since I was about 14, I started having kind of empathic experiences, and sometimes Bhopal happened and the underground nuclear test testing and did not happen. There was a day in September of 2018, where there was like this big hurricane hitting Texas, typhoon in Florida. South Korea was doing underground nuclear testing, and the entire Pacific Northwest was on fire. Personally, I met the Sri Aurobindo Center in Crestone, Colorado. Couldn't be safer in a more remote, beautiful, peaceful place. I felt like I had to hide under my bed with a blanket over my head because of the barrage of chaos, fear, all of that stuff that was coming from everywhere, and different species and the whole thing. And I wondered if you had any coaching about how you manage that kind of experience, because it can be really overwhelming sometimes. I mean, even if you're not, no fear, I wasn't afraid. I understood that it was other stuff coming from outside.
Yeah.
But it was really, it's very hard to manage sometimes.
Of course. The only response to that is the expansion of consciousness. And it doesn't come, that doesn't come with the packet sometimes. It's just like everything else. You're first thrown in the water, then you learn to swim. So I think it's only if experiences of that kind and the aspiration that comes with it that can bring that kind of, and that's why they're there. That's why these experiences are there. Some people are kind of, blessed or cursed, as you may want to see it, with these experiences, because that's the expectation of the evolving energy in you to force you to aspire to contain that, or to have the expansion that can contain that. Yeah. Or the grace that will hold you, while that's going on. And I think for me the sort of response that I have to experiences of that kind is immediately to think of Mother and Sri Aurobindo. Because this was going on in them all the time. That you get a glimpse of what it means to arrive at that kind of a consciousness. It comes with that. That's part of the territory.
When we talk about how we want to expand
Yeah.
our boundaries in our consciousness, sometimes I just feel too permeable.
Yeah.
Like
I understand.
I need close to more
Yeah.
boundaries. And,
Yeah.
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 Thank you.
Yeah, this quite a off track of this conversation is that getting back to this being versus atman.
Purusha versus Atman.
I was thinking that cow that is leaving the traces. So the thing of the cow that, that has the power to leave a trace is, if we call that a self, and the whole cow, which can choose to be found or lost, is the whole cow, which has that will to choose, or is Purusha. If we have that analogy with that, it's something that
Yeah.
cares to be.
Yeah, you
Or
could
not.
look at it like that. Yes, sure, you could look at it like that. The foot trace, because that in a way, this is where, again, talking about contemporary philosophy, where philosophers like Derrida are using that term, the trace. They're saying presence is never there by itself. When we think that in something is said, I understand what is being said, that it contains a presence in it. Actually, the presence is not there, because that thing can mean a million things if you just take it by its shell. But the trace of the presence is there. It has left its trace. See? So if we look at the trace, that's the self, the essence of that thing. while the Purusha is really the kind of truth, that qualitative essence, that the experience, the full sense experience of what occurred at a certain moment, which is really either there or not there, hidden, but the trace is there.
It also has a will, like
Yeah,
self could be impartial,
right, right,
so there's no choice.
yeah,
It just is.
right. Yeah. Deborah.
To go back a second, to Brahman looking down at the ocean and then Jill's person, does that person have a form at that point? Rupa?
That's in the Adhyaya Upanishad, and that the person that emerges, it's like a kind of, it's very interesting. It's like an egg with undifferentiated contents that start manifesting as these kind of organs. That they're undifferentiated contents that become organs, that sort of start blossoming as organs, so to say. See, so it's a kind of a like a virtual body, a body without organs, to use Deleuze's term, that then starts developing the possibilities of experience that start manifesting as organs.
So the body, is it a form of a human? Is it or not? That's what I'm asking.
So
The person does it have the form of human? No.
at that point, no, it doesn't have the form of
More
a human.
egg and undifferentiated.
Yeah, I'm also using the term egg, but they don't even use that term. But they say, the first thing that they talk about is the eyes coming, and they say, the eyes broke forth as when an egg hatches. See? So this image of the egg comes afterwards. The idea of the Purusha is without form, but it starts developing form. And then, the first image of the whole Purusha is that of an egg, and then the first organ that emerges in it seems to be the eye. If we think in terms of time, but perhaps it's not even in terms of time that it happens. It may happen all at once. But where the human comes in this sequence, is, that which emerges as a capacity, as a set of capacities, looks for an individuation that is adequate. So we start seeing that nature provides a variety of images. And when the human appears, it says, this looks good, we can all live in it. And they all rush into it. So I'd just like to read this passage, which is related to what we've been discussing, which is the explanation of this seventh stanza of the parts and the whole. We saw this process at the penultimate stage of separation. So this is going back to the Kashmir Shaiva image. The verse asserts that Purusha is in possession of all these names and forms and is present in its entirety in each of them, though hidden, unknown, and seemingly fragmented. Not only is it present in its entirety in each name and form, it is present in its entirety in each of its functions. So in each individual that we can give a name and form to, there are functions to which we can give a name and form. And in each of those, it is entirely present. Here we are introduced to the principal functions maintaining the creature in the cosmos, each of which is a god, these functions. We are introduced to these functions as gods at the very start of the Upanishad in the description of the sacrificial horse. The functions are breathing, speaking, seeing, hearing, and thinking. The organs related to these are the nostrils, the eyes, the mouth, the ears, and the mind. Each of these can be made a vehicle of contact with the whole. This was John Cornell's question, John Roberts' question. Which dwells in them, though hidden. Each of them in itself is only a part of the whole, but each one of them is a vehicle for the whole and the one. Thus the verse enjoins the seeking for the whole in the part. Not the error of a fetishistic loss of the whole in an exclusive attention to the part. This also pertains to our everyday life, where we reduce each other to a set of qualities. That's the beginning of our loss of connection with the divine in our everyday life. Particularly the way by which we value beings in the world. Very quickly, we form a map in our minds of the good people and the bad people. And the reduction of the bad people often takes part with qualities. If we think about the way in which, the segregation of otherness takes place, we animalize people. We start thinking of them not as humans, because the human is more definite in our consciousness, more indefinite in our consciousness. It's more infinite. It's less easy for me to reduce a person, while it's easier for me to caricature an animal. So we start animalizing. One of the ways by which wars take place is exactly that the enemy is an animal. Easy to destroy because it's not myself and it's not another like me. See, how distant can we make those things that we other? So that's the whole thing about seeing the whole in the part. Each part is potentially infinite. It can express qualities that it doesn't have at present because the whole is there in it. That's what it's enjoining about seeking for the whole in the part, not the error of a fetishistic loss of the whole in an exclusive attention to the part. Each God exists not for itself, but as a footprint or trace of the invisible Purusha which inhabits it. The self, it is the self, the Purusha inhabits it. The footprint is the universal one that is in every part. The self is the integral reality in which the fragmentation of the cosmos resulting from separation is overcome in the reconstitution of the Purusha. He who meditates on one or the other of them does not know, for he is incomplete with one or another of these. The Atman is to be meditated on, for in it all these become one. That's the first step to know that the whole exists in the part. Then we know that the parts compose a whole. See, we found the central secret of the individual. This Atman is the foot trace of the whole. The word used is sarvam, for by it one knows this whole, just as one can find again by its footprints the cow that was lost.
So this is now the idea of fractal, yes? Everybody?
Yeah.
Or science has come around to
Sure,
see.
the whole is in the part, even in its physical reality. Even in its physical reality. Yeah, we'll stop here. So to resume our study, we are In Brahmana 4, we've just finished the 7th stanza, and in this stanza, we are being brought into remembrance of the whole in the part. That every part of us has the whole behind it, and that every individual has the whole behind themselves, and that each of us are part of a larger whole, and in fact, the entire whole, not only a single relative whole, but the integral whole. The integral whole is wholly present in each of us and in us together. So this again brings us back into the remembrance of the famous Purnam mantra, which is in the 5th Adhyaya, the 5th chapter of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Udachyate Purnasya Purnam Adaya Purnameva Vashishyate. This is the meditation that is behind a large part of this Upanishad. All this is really holding that meditation behind it. And we are being asked to keep that in our consciousness, that whatever we do, we are confronted with the whole. And that there is an invisible whole that we are not even aware of, to each of our parts and to each of our contacts, each of our connections, each of our relations has the whole between us. We make up the whole between us and also together. And where is that whole? To keep one's consciousness focused on that. See, this is part of the invitation. So the 8th stanza is taking that further into an affective register, into the register of our emotions. This is very interesting because normally when we talk about the self, Atman, Atma Bodha, it has become part of the Advaitic tradition, a tradition of individual self-realization with a capital S, which separates itself from the world of relations. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad is giving us a completely different approach to self. Self as whole that makes up our relations. So what it presents over here is something that again will return in other Brahmanas of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. It says, this self is dearer than a son, dearer than wealth, dearer than everything else, because it is innermost. If one holding the self dear were to say to a person who speaks of anything other than the self as dear, that he, the latter, will lose what he holds dear, and the former is certainly competent to do so, it will indeed come true. One should meditate upon the self alone as dear. He who meditates upon the self alone as dear, what he holds dear will not perish. Now, this is an interesting way of framing that almost sounds like a curse. It's saying that that person who knows that the self is the most dear, were he to curse somebody who holds something else as dear, and says that that will go away, indeed it will. See? So this is a kind of a reference to the practices of the time, which were practices that related to blessings and curses in life. But essentially what it's saying is, in a enigmatic way, in a kind of a Upanishadic way, that if you hold anything other than the self as true, you're setting yourself up for loss. This is exactly what the Buddha was also saying. The truth of impermanence. Life is suffering because we attach ourselves to the things that will pass. While that which does not pass is the truth of all things that pass. And were I to be connected with that, then I would have the security of the permanent. And that is the thing that we have to attach our emotions to. And this returns us to the notion of the meaning of relationality and the way the Upanishad is seeing why the one became the many. For love. And that's the whole thing about the dearness of the self. The self is not dear because we are miserly in an egoistic sense, holding our own against the world. The self is dear because it's me, just like mine. The self is dear because it's the only self there is in the world. All selves are that self. It is my truest and deepest self, and it is the same self in everybody else and in everything else. So can I come into contact with that? And if I don't come into contact with that, can I hold that as the truth that is too manifest? This interesting metaphor by, again, another modern, contemporary philosopher, Walter Benjamin. He was a German philosopher. He's talking about wholeness and our fragmented existence. He's saying each one of us is the shard of a pitcher that has fragmented, that has broken. If you take a pitcher and strike it with a mallet, it'll give a sound, the sound of its wholeness. So if we strike a pitcher, which is really the uniqueness that each one of us is, we get a sound which is the unique quality of that person. He's saying to every collective, to every shard, to every individual that we are in relation, let us think that our wholeness lies between us, that there is an invisible sound, inaudible sound, a sound that we are producing that neither of us can hear, that is between us. What is that sound? That's the whole. The whole that is in each of us and the whole that we compose together. The Purna, the entire whole, out of which many wholes have come. The fragments are themselves wholes, but each of these wholes is an emergence from the only whole there is. And only in connection with that, they can recognize the true whole that each one is. That is the Purna, that is the integral. That's why they're saying, related to all the things you hold dear to yourself. And it's, again, presenting itself in its own society, which has become a materialistic society. All the Vedic hymns are being seen as rituals meant to increase one's wealth, one's cows, bring more sons and daughters, progeny. Those are the kind of goals that this socialization of the Veda has ended up becoming. And the Upanishad is saying, to each of these goals, bring your focus as it's insufficient. What is sufficient and greater than each of these goals is that self in all selves, not just in yourself, but it is the self of all selves. The self is dearer than a son. In other words, and this very stanza will become the basis of one of the most important Brahmanas in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. The colloquy between Yajnavalkya and Maitreyi. That's the very foundation. That's in the next Adhyaya, the second Adhyaya. There, the writer of this Upanishad, the sage, the rishi of this Upanishad, is presented as leaving his family and going away. So he's presented as a person who's a householder with 2 wives. And he has one day decided that I'm going to go to the forest. And he says to one of his wives, I'm about to leave and I want to make settlement with you. And she says, wait a minute. What you're going to give me, is it worth what you're going to get? Yeah. You're out looking for something and you're giving me your remnants. How will I get what it is that you're going for? And then she specifies it. Will all the wealth in the world give me immortality? And then he starts talking to her, and that's the conversation between the two of them, in which the essence of this very stanza is repeated. And he says to her, and it's really cutting at that point because this is a beloved in the traditional sense. And the first thing he says, it's again that kind of the question that was asked about the ego and the soul. It's the cusp between the two. He says, it is not for the wife that the wife is dear, it is for the self that the wife is dear. It is not for the husband that the husband is dear, it is for the self that the husband is dear. And it goes through all the relations. And it has double meaning, because the first level and both of them are profoundly true. This is true at the ego level. All our relations that we hold so much piety by are ultimately for ourselves. We give it the turn that makes it look like we're doing this for some sort of great charitable or high reason, but it conserves the ego. And then there's the second register, which is exactly what is being said over here. It is not for your external characteristics that you are dear, but because of the innermost self that is in me, that is also in you, that you are dear. This is the very truth of relationality. To find that whole, that is the truth of every relation. So that's why it's being brought into contact with the relations. that are normally held dear, again for the sake of the self. The self is dearer than a son. Even in that statement, that entire Brahmana is re-invoked. Because in a way what's being said is again with double meaning. The son is dear because the son is, in the ego sense, promoting the self. We see ourselves in the things that we hold dear. We buy things, they immediately become ours. Everything that I call mine is really mine. I hold it dear because it's mine. But at the same time, there is another level to it. It is dear because there's something in it that is inner, that I'm in relation with. And the innermost of it is what my innermost knows itself in union to be. And that is the true thing that is dear in it. That which is dear in it is the self that is in all selves. So the self is dearer than a son, dearer than wealth, dearer than everything else because it is innermost. So in any case, one should meditate upon the self alone as dear. This is what it's coming down to, that open up the doors of the universal self that lives in all selves. Lives in yourself, but lives in other selves as well. And I think it should be understood like that, because too often it's understood in an individual way, so that it is myself, but it is the self in all selves. So the next paragraph reiterates the absolute immanence of Atman in each being. Moving from the objective apprehension of Atman in the fragmented parts of the cosmos to the subjective apprehension of the Atman as the nearest and dearest in and of oneself. One who holds the Atman to be one's dearest and meditates on one's Atman exclusively as dear never loses whatever one holds dear, since it is the Atman that is the self of all this, and this is one's own self. Later in the Upanishad, this meditation is reiterated by Yajnavalkya in a famous passage in his colloquy with his wife Maitreyi, where he says to her, "It is not for the sake of the wife that the wife is dear, but the sake of the self," opening thereby a relationship with the wife that addresses the deepest self of all through relationship. If the previous paragraph was a reference to the yoga methods of Prakriti, such as pranayama, mantra, darshana, or jnana yoga, as paths to the integral divine through a change of objective, you see that's where the previous one is talking about all these parts. That's why I make that mention of the hearing, the sight, the thinking. Each one can become a door to the integral. So that's what that paragraph. Each one of these opens a set of practices, like pranayama for the breath, mantra for the speech, darshana for sight, jnana yoga for the mind. These are the various types of parts that are described. So each one of them can be a set of practices that can connect us to the whole. But having introduced that as the ways of Prakriti, this paragraph turns us to the method of Purusha, the subjective path of relationship through love of the most intimate being. Directly focus on the Purusha and no other practice but that becomes the practice. See? Sri Aurobindo says at one place, somebody asks him, what is the best meditation? He says, the best meditation is to hold the thought that everything is the Brahman. This is like that. This is a method of Purusha. Hold the thought that everything is the Atman. And hold that thought emotionally, not just in the mind, but hold it in the affect. Hold it as the most dear truth to be realized, the most dear that is present in your life all around you. This is followed by 2 paragraphs to an even deeper approach to the subject, which may be called the yoga of direct knowledge by identity. So this is a kind of a progression. It moves from a prakritic approach to an approach of Purusha to an approach of direct knowledge by identity. So that's the ninth stanza. This kind of, it's like going into the deeper forests, deeper and deeper into the vast forest of the Brihadaranyaka, of the vast forest Upanishad. They say, since men think that by the knowledge of Brahman they become all, what, pray, was it that Brahman knew by which it became all? The way the question is couched, it's, what did Brahman know? Why are we being told that the knowledge of Brahman is what will make us? I mean, here they're using the term Brahman and Atman interchangeably. It's interesting that it begins with Atman. In the beginning was Atman that looked around and saw everything is I, right up to it is the Atman that is the dearest in all beings. And this switch now to Brahman, that they say it is by knowledge of Brahman, and this is exactly what I was saying about Sri Aurobindo's best meditation, the knowledge that all is Brahman, to hold that thought is the best meditation. So they're saying, since men think that by knowledge of Brahman they become all, what, pray, was it that Brahman knew by which it became all? What is Brahman's own knowledge of itself? In 10th stanza, it will repeat the same thing for Brahman that it said about Atman. So it keeps going back to that moment, you see. Brahman indeed was this in the beginning. It knew itself only as I am Brahman. Here it will use that great Mahavakya, Aham Brahmasmi. What did Brahman know by which it could become all things? It knew itself only as I am Brahman. This is Anupaya, the method of no method. This is the method where you're being told, just remember the fact that you are nothing but Brahman. Don't forget that fact. Just remember that, and that will open in you because that is the truth. Everything else is a forgetting of that truth. Brahman indeed was this in the beginning. It knew itself only as I am Brahman, Aham Brahmasmi. Therefore it became all. Whoever among the gods has this knowing also becomes that. It is the same with the rishis, the same with men. The seer Vamadeva, having realized this self as that, came to know I was Manu and the sun. And to this day, whoever in a like manner knows the self as I am Brahman becomes all this universe. Even the gods can't prevent his becoming this, for he has become their self. Now, if a man worships another deity thinking he is one and I am another, he does not know. He is like an animal to the gods. As many animals serve a man, so does each man serve the gods. Even if one animal is taken away, it causes anguish to the owner. How much more so when many are taken away? Therefore, it is not pleasing to the gods that men should know this. This is almost like the stealing of fire in the Greek mythos, right? Prometheus stealing the fire from the gods for men. This kind of an attitude that this stanza is talking about is also related to that time. The fact that a society has come up in which men are being made to propitiate the gods. Constantly there are rituals to the gods. And it is as if in being subservient to the gods, you're getting some kind of benefits from the gods. And it is that entire frame that is being challenged here. You're being told that you don't belong to anybody or anything. The gods don't have hold over you. You are greater than the gods. You are the very self of the gods. The gods exist because Brahman exists, and you are nothing but Brahman. Yes.
If you can bring an example of Ravana here.
Yeah. So similarly, Ravana, of course, is a Rakshasa. He's a demon in that sense, but that's how he's a demon as an ego. It's a magnified ego.
But he worshipped so hard.
Yeah, he
They had to
worshipped
give up.
Shiva.
So they had to give him what he asked.
Yeah. So there, it's a propitiation thing over there, but then in that particular case also Ravana, of course it's a complex image or metaphor, because Ravana from a certain point of view is considered to be a great devotee. You know, he's a great devotee of Shiva who actually, he features in both the Shaivite and in the Vaishnavite pantheons. Also in the Vaishnavite pantheon, he's one of the devotees who wants to realize Vishnu very quickly. He's given two choices. One is as of 10 lives as an ordinary human, and one is as of 3 lives as a demon. Because by close contact with the divine, that's, as they say, enmity with the divine is an intimate relation that ultimately brings the divine directly into contact with you. So that is one way of seeing that story, where that's why he's so powerful. See, and his greatest power is really to choose to be slain by Vishnu. See, that ultimately he will bring everything to himself, but he will, by that act of magnified ego, ultimately bring the divine into enmity with him. See? So from that point of view, what we see over here is that, that in relation to the divine, he is a sort of a renegade, somebody who rebels against the divine. But at the same time, he cannot escape the divine because his knowledge is not the knowledge of identity. It retains a duality. It's I against the divine. or I worship the divine, but as another, so that I may get from the. It says here it's the same thing about the rituals, and the rituals can bring us a lot of things, but ultimately retains a separation. So the way this is being couched is in the opposite sense, that not only in that dualistic relationship with the gods, not only I'm remaining separate, but to some extent I'm being used. Even the gods are working out their designs with me because I'm subservient to them. And they're doing this over here particularly because society is being kept in place in the name of the gods. You see, this is the socialization of the Veda. That the Brahmanical, and we'll see just after this they're going to come to the caste system. You see, the caste system is being kept in place in the name of the gods. So they are saying that these so-called gods, whom you're praying to through these rituals all the time, are really using you guys, and if you were to escape from their hold, they would really hate it, just like when an animal that belongs to you is taken away, you detest it. And they're not talking about the real gods, they're talking about the social gods. They're talking about the powers that are talking in the name of the gods.
Is religion
Yeah, yeah. That's what they mean over here. On the other hand, if you know yourself as Brahman, you are free of all the gods, and you know that that's the one that has become all. This is a continuation of the Atman. The Atman is the self, but the self of all selves, that meditation puts us in contact with the one who has become all the selves. The individuation of the multiplicity is the personal act of Brahman. And that's the meditation, the next stage of the meditation. The Brahman, by its own power, has become me and everybody else. All the Atmans are the self-becomings of Brahman. How did it become all these many? By dint of the fact that it knew that there is nothing other than Brahman. So it's a kind of a reflection of the beginning of this Brahmana, where it says there was only Atman. It looked around and saw there is nothing but the Atman. This there is nothing but the Atman is really the act of Brahman in each of us. So it's reversing the cycle. From the transcendent to the individual, it starts with the individual, so it's more like an empiricism. From the individual to the transcendent, and now from the transcendent to the individual.
An unrevelation?
Pardon?
An unrevelation?
Unrevelation? Well, the unrevelation is really the state in which we are caught right now. So from there we open to an individual revelation, and then we come back to a transcendental revelation.
What is unrevelation?
Unrevelation is like, say, but there's two ways of thinking about it. We are already in a state where there is no revelation, right? Another is that if we are given a certain revelation, that is how we understand things. So here Veda has given us a certain way of understanding reality. That is being that is being erased, that is being unrevealed, so that another revelation may come in its place. Does that make sense to what you say? Unrevelation.
Yeah, that word was kind of, because I know what revelation is.
Yeah.
And then I've read about, he hardly uses the word unrevelation.
Right.
But the unrevelation is the becoming, basically.
Right. So in that way,
It's the ignorant separated self becoming the true self.
yeah. So that would be the state of things as they are, as an unrevelation. Actually, Sri Aurobindo does use the term unrevelation in some of his translations. Right. It even occurs in the Isha Upanishad, actually. He uses it as a ignorance, as he said, as a kind of a synonym for the avidya, the unrevelation. This may be compared with what Zen Buddhism calls sudden enlightenment. You see, that's the thing. We go back to that sudden enlightenment and the method of no method. Or Kashmir Shaivism calls the method of no method, anupaya. Paragraph 9 initiates this approach by returning us to the start of the Brahmana. How did Brahman come to the knowledge of itself as all? As we saw at the very beginning, Purusha looked around and saw itself everywhere. This act of vijnana, this is that act of vijnana, the self-knowledge of vijnana, was spontaneous and unmediated. The verse seeks the answer to this question with an aim to replicate its method in the questioner. So now this is being brought back to us. There is no method except a call to the most primordial remembrance of this original reflexive self-regard. Paragraph 10 announces this in the form of one of the great sayings or mantras of the Upanishads, the Mahavakya, Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman. I am Brahman. That these Mahavakyas are statements for meditation. So that's ultimately exactly what Sri Aurobindo is. The greatest meditation is to meditate on the idea that all this is the Brahman and I am the Brahman. So Aham Brahmasmi. All this is the Brahman is actually the Mahavakya Sarvam Khalu Vidam Brahma, which was what Sri Aurobindo himself was practicing in the Alipur jail. He says in the record of yoga in autobiographical notes that once he was put in the jail, after his nirvana experience, he thought he had lost his ego. But once he was put in the jail, he realized that ego still lives in him. It's his state of nirvana that thinks there is no ego, but we have so many layers to our existence. And he had part of his being that he detected as operating in an egoistic way with ego.
Would you say that was his initiation?
The first one
The
was...
Alipurja would you say that was his initiation?
Yeah, it was his initiation into the integral yoga, I'd say. Into the real, the integrality of the yoga. And what he said he did at that point is practice this Mahavakya, Aham, not Aham Brahmasmi, this Sarvam Khalu Vidam Brahma. All this is the Brahman. He practiced it. He practiced the idea. And that was what helped him to dissolve the ego completely and see Brahman in all things.
We have us, the collective here, at the ashram, they have the city day, which was the day that the divine came down, correct? But I was kind of confused on Siddhi and Mukti. I'm under the impression that Siddhi is a partial consciousness of the divine coming down, and Mukti is the full consciousness.
Well, the Siddhi of the Siddhi day is what Sri Aurobindo calls the descent of the overmind. So that is partial to his full realization. It's close to, but partial to his full realization. But mukti or mukti that you used means liberation. So the idea of liberation can be defined in different ways. If you define that as the full siddhi, the full achievement, then yes. But Siddhi Day as the descent of the overmind was like a penultimate stage leading to his complete Siddhi. You see, so it's what we call Siddhi Day is not the full siddhi of Sri Aurobindo.
Right, because
Yeah.
from what I believe what I read, he says that one should not be a guru until one becomes siddhi, but he was siddhi before he was mukti, because he was mukti 1926, but he had disciples in what 1920.
Yeah,
Or
the,
even
in
before
1926 he had the what he called the siddhi.
Well, what I refer to, from my perception, the mukti.
Yeah, now the mukti from his point of view, actually what you're saying is right, that one should not have disciples until one has mukti. That mukti that he's talking about, he had in 1908.
Right.
Right.
No, but from my understanding of it,
Yeah,
it's I have it the opposite way.
okay,
Like I have the word siddhi
okay,
representing a partial,
okay.
bringing down of the divine, and the mukti, the full, complete embodiment of the divine.
Okay.
Physical, vital, and emotional and mental being.
If you look at it like that,
Well,
then
I'm just
yeah.
I want to get your perception on it though. Like what do you?
Oh yeah,
how do you see that?
okay. My perception
Yeah.
would be that the mukti would be an earlier phase.
Oh,
Yeah, the phase of 1908, and the siddhi that he had is not the full siddhi. It's the part siddhi in 1926, and the full siddhi was what he was aiming towards, that he actually never achieved in 1950 when he left the body.
and then the 1908 was what?
The mukti.
Oh, the mukti.
The mukti,
liberation.
liberation. What he calls the nirvana,
Right.
is what he would call the mukti.
Which is the nirvana in the being, not in the
Not in the nature,
void,
not
not in the void.
yeah, and not fully transforming his nature, but having it in consciousness.
Right.
So once that degree of mukti is realized, one is ready to have disciples. This is the point he was making.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, and then, what about the one you said 1950 and he never achieved? I think in another way that he left it at infinity. That there's a lot more can be done and has to be done, and there is no limit. That's why.
Yeah, true, but there was also a goal that he set for himself, which is the transformation of the body that he was on the way to. And in 1950, he didn't complete that.
One of had to go and he decided.
Yeah, right.
He left it to the mother.
He left it to the mother. Right. Yes, John Robert.
So this, actually, all of this that we've been going over today, but this section in particular reminds me of the I am in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if you think they're related. And I don't know if there's any kind of catalog of the I am experience.
I don't know.
I don't know of any, but
I don't know, John Robert, but you're right. I would say that it must be referring to the same thing. The only difference is that I think it gets hidden in the Bible because of it's not given that sort of meditative prominence as it is given over here, where it's really the way it's presented and the kind of contemplation it invites us to really brings it fully forward. While in the Bible, I think they're saying the same thing, but they're saying it in a way in which it remains hidden and it's easy to miss.
yeah, it's almost as if it comes forward in a story or something like that.
Yeah,
And there it is, and then the Bible just kind of goes on without this kind of commentary.
yeah. Yes,
I have
Andrew.
a question, Debashish.
Yes, sure.
So I'm curious about when you said Sri Aurobindo sort of thought that he had left the ego and then you found it in parts of his being later.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking about, I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I've read with the first Nirvanic experience, Sri
Yeah.
Aurobindo said he established living in a state of no thought
Yeah,
for the rest of his life.
yeah.
So, I mean, I think it's easy to think of the ego as the mind that's always thinking and that kind
Yeah.
of identity of mind.
Mhm.
So would you interpret this experience of finding more expressions of the ego in himself as like, would it be easy to frame that as like parts of the being and planes of consciousness? Like he found that there was still subtle ego in the Bible, or can you just say a little bit more about how Sri
Yeah,
Aurobindo said it, or if you have a perspective on what that looked like or felt like?
yeah. The perspective is, I don't remember clearly what he said about it, but the perspective I kind of got from what he said is that it was more in the habitual self, right? The cessation of thought and the opening to other forms of action that he was just witnessing at that point was not complete. I mean, he was receiving directives, right, which he was acting on, but there were parts of his being that were also acting on past samskaras and habits, and those were the parts that, because he was so out of it, that he was not attentive to. But he became, in the jail, he became attentive to those parts and realized that the transformation is not complete. Even this idea of the transformation not being complete goes even to the mind to some extent. Because, there's a place where he's saying that the transformation of the mind to an instrument of the higher, levels of consciousness of cosmic mind did not happen at that point. I mean, the so-called nirvana put him into a state of no thought, but not transformed mind. So that was also something that took time to gradually establish in himself.
And do you have a sense of what year he said that comment about the point he realized that there's still more bits of the ego in here?
This is all happening in Pondicherry. He's talking about his past in the jail, and he says that it may, I don't remember, but I think it may be even part of the evening talks, either the ones before the mother came or the ones right at the end, where he's talking about the use of this mantra, the Upanishadic mantra, to completely bring a cessation to these parts of the being. John Robert.
Sri Aurobindo talks, I think it's mostly in his poetry, maybe only in his poetry, where he has this phrase where he talks about finding some part that's not completely devoted to the divine and carrying it out by its bloody roots.
Yeah, in Savitri.
It's in Savitri, it's
Yeah.
in at least one of his poems.
God's
Does that have any
neighbor,
relationship
maybe?
to this conversation that you're having with Andy, you think?
Yeah, I think, yes, the relationship is exactly that we may experience many of these things partially, but in the integral yoga, it's kind of what he calls a thoroughgoing yoga of transformation. So there's many parts of our being that don't get addressed, that raise their, consciousness afterwards. And then we have to, act on these parts. And sometimes, like he says, in most of the spiritual tradition, it's enough to have experience, and in some to have some degree of persistent experience. But a lot of the being remains, unaddressed and unresolved. The way you deal with it is either by just legitimizing it, as in ideas such as crazy wisdom and things like that, or in taking on the path of a recluse, where you don't engage those parts by actually forced, withdrawal.
I suppose it's also possible to imagine that because he used this phrase in more than one place. Maybe it was a recurring thing. My mother often said that the things in her body she had to do over and over and over again.
Yeah. He mentions that too in the synthesis. He says that, the larger you grow in consciousness, the more you have to, repeat. All that you thought you had achieved are now back in a magnified way. Because you're doing it no longer for yourself, but for the cosmos or something like that. Just the knowledge idea is an orientation that can unaccountably reopen the ever-present reflexive self-regard of Vijnana, that is indeed all this cosmos and all its beings. This is the truth of the cosmos. The entire cosmos, all of us, is that act of Brahman looking around and seeing there's nothing but I. This one act is replicating itself in each of us in slow motion. And that slow motion is lifetimes. It's this looking around. This is going on in each of us. And so these relative durations of experience coexist in time. In a way, it's like Jim's comment about the light years away. It's simultaneous with this infinite velocity which has already seen everything, which is seeing itself in a slowed down fashion at the same time. So it's as if by a sudden flash we might just experience that, because that is the truth of the whole cosmos.
I mean, in body, you could only really experience it in a sudden flash, right? How would you hold on to that?
Well, the holding on to that is that's the whole thing about the full transformation.
Right.
The holding on to that is the different time experiences coexisting. That's the memory, That's what Sri Aurobindo calls the supramental time vision. That it's a different kind of time experience where there is the relativity of time and also that instantaneous thing that coexists with it. This is what resides in all as the Purusha, Atman and Brahman, other than whom there is nothing. This is the three terms, Purusha, Atman and Brahman. These are three ways of talking about the same thing. One is transcendental reality as it is, one is that reality as person, and one is that reality as self. So these three ways of looking at itself. It's there in one of the passages in the Gita, where who is Krishna? He's talking about himself as all three at the same time.
Quick question. The Life Divine chapter, that Brahman, Purusha, Ishvara, Maya, Prakriti, Shakti.
Yeah.
So there, I had an impression that he used the term Brahmana for the self.
No.
No? Brahman, Purusha, Ishvara, the three voices of
Brahman he's using there as the divine being. So if it's individualized, then it becomes the self.
how about the whole one self? There is also an absolute self, like one self.
That's also called Atman. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm saying there
Paramatman.
He differentiated between Brahman and Purusha.
Right.
So them wondering what that differentiation was, because there's a creative, the Brahman counterpart is Maya, Purusha was Prakriti and Ishvara was Shakti.
Right. In this triple formulation, he's actually talking about Purusha in the sense in which it is talked about in Sankhya.
Okay.
So you see, the Purusha Prakriti pair is happening in avidya. So it's if we talk about these three as what is the reality in Satchidananda, what is the reality in supermind, and what is the reality in avidya? Vidya of supermind, vidya beyond supermind, and avidya, vidya beyond supermind would be Brahman, with Maya as its own self-creative poise. But you could call it higher Maya and lower Maya. The higher Maya would be supramental energy. Ishvara and Shakti become the duality of the supermind. That is, in a way, at the head of the cosmos. And they enter into the cosmos in a separated, ignorant way as Purusha and Prakriti.
What does atman mean?
Self.
Is that the ignorant separated self?
No. Ignorant separative self is ahankara or ego. So Atman is the individual divine, the divine self that has become individuated.
The realized self?
Yeah.
Jivatman.
So Jivatman, there are two stations of Atman, Jivatman and Antaratman. Antaratman is self of the psychic being. And Jivatman is the what is called the Akshara Purusha, the individual Atman that does not change.
The atman is also the rishi?
The Rishi.
The atman is also the rishi?
Rishi is the seer, in other words, that which sees.
Right, but one who is an atman is a seer in himself because he knows himself as all. Therefore
Yeah.
he's a rishi too, no?
He would be a seer of himself as the Atman, as the self. Yeah.
I just wasn't familiar with the term atman.
Yeah. Atman means the essential self. Yeah.
You just used the term duality of the supermind, and that just threw me because I thought once you got to supermind, there was not duality, so.
No, supermind, that's the beauty of the supermind, that it is one and two at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one and two at the same time. It's the famous formulation of the mother, right? Without him I exist not,
Yes.
without me he is unmanifest.
Yes.
And
Okay.
you know,
Okay.
there are two and they are one. Now, so this concludes this entire, discussion of Atman and Brahman. And in this transition from Atman to Brahman, we are made aware of the universal reality of the cosmos. That we actually are living in a universe. And in the universe, there are multiple people. So we are a society, you see. And that's where it will connect with the whole idea of society. And as I was saying, the socialization of the Veda in terms of these four castes. See? So here is where this particular Brahmana is going to start engaging with not only the individual and individual practice, but collective practice. See? What is the truth of the polis? What is the truth of society? And society at this time is stratified into these castes. So it's going to address the whole reality of the castes. And in a way, Sri Aurobindo has made this point, and actually Vivekananda made this point before Sri Aurobindo, that these Upanishads, particularly the earlier ones, are being written by Kshatriyas. He says that, in the Upanishads, self-knowledge, it is being written by Yajnavalkya, who is a Brahmana. But he is a controversial Brahmana. So in other words, he is a Brahmana who, it's like somebody who is not a priest, Brahmana. He's like a person who weaves in and out of the court. And he's in close connection with the king, whose name is Janaka. And it's possible that this is really, and that's what most of this Upanishad is, conversations between the king and this sage, Yajnavalkya. And so it's possible that this is, a kind of a layer of literature or knowledge that is arising out of this connection between the ruling class and the wise rishis, the seers. And it represents a alternative view of society. Not a view of society. So this is the thing about Upanishads gradually become reclusive literature. But I think in the Brihadaranyaka, particularly in passages like this, they are trying to reformulate an understanding of society as it is at that time. So it is giving importance to the caste system, but it's reevaluating the caste system. Firstly, it's giving greater, I think the idea of the philosopher king that eventually makes its way to Greece, and we find in Plato, is being talked about here. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, basically in the conversations between Janaka and Yajnavalkya, are making for a model of society in which you have a very close and intimate relationship between the sage who has the freedom to get out, go into the forest, and the king who is growing in wisdom and is like a philosopher king. See? So that relationship is what is being highlighted here. And it's highlighted in a very interesting way because it's including all the strata of society. And that's what these stanzas now are going to deal with. You had a question? So, before going to this stanza, Zippe, how are we doing for time?
We are at 2:15, so you can maybe take a break at 2:15.
Okay, good. So before going to these stanzas, I'd like to go back to the Purusha Sukta of the Veda so that you get a sense of the origin of these stanzas. So this is from the 10th mandala of the Rig Veda. In today's thinking, this is a late Veda or a late verse. And some people even believe that these lines about the castes were inserted later. But whatever it is, it's a late Veda. I would say it belongs to the time period about 1200 BC or so. And this text is occurring around 700 to 800 BC. You see? So there is a gap between them. But this is the Purusha Sukta. I just want to read you a translation so you get a sense of what is the origin of all this. Purusha has 1,000 heads, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 feet. He fills the cosmos and extends beyond for a breadth of 10 fingers. Purusha himself is all this, whatever has been and whatever is to be. He is the Lord of immortality and also that which grows and ascends by food. All here is his greatness, and Purusha is greater yet beyond all this. All universal beings make up a quarter of him. 3/4 are immortal in heaven. With 3/4, Purusha has risen to the zenith, and 1/4 of him is here, manifest repeatedly, whence he has spread out everywhere, pervading that which eats and that which does not eat. From him Viraj was born, and from Viraj came Purusha, who having been born ranged beyond the earth, ahead and behind. Of the sacrifice which the gods performed, using Purusha as the offering, spring was the clarified butter, summer the fuel, autumn the cooked offering. They anointed Purusha, the sacrifice, born at the beginning, upon the sacred grass. By this the gods, sadhyas, and sages sacrificed. From that sacrifice in which everything was offered, clotted butter was obtained, and they made it into beasts who live in the air, in the forest, and in villages. From that sacrifice in which everything was offered, the verses, Rik, and the chants, Sama, were born, the meters, Chanda, were born, and the sacrificial formulae, Yaju. From it, horses were born, and those with 2 rows of teeth, cows were born from it, and from it were born goats and sheep. The Purusha they divided up. Into what parts did they think him up or imagine him? What became of his mouth? What are his arms now called? What were his thighs and 2 feet called? And what are they called now? His mouth became the Brahmana. His arms were made into the Rajanya, having Brahmana meaning beings of Brahman. Rajanya, ruling powers. His 2 thighs were the Vaishya, populace, and from his feet the Shudra, workers, were born. The moon was born from his mind, the sun was born from his eye, from his mouth came Indra and Agni, and from his breath the wind, Vayu, was born. From his navel appeared the midworld, Antariksha. From his head, heaven, Dyaus, came about. From his 2 feet the earth, Prithvi, from his ears the directions. Thus they imagined the worlds. For this 7 were the enclosing fire sticks, and thrice 7 the summit woodlogs, when the gods, spreading the sacrifice, bound down Purusha as the sacrificial beast. By sacrifice, the gods sacrificed to sacrifice. Its dharmas became the first. By the glory of these dharmas, the mighty ones reached the highest heaven, where dwell the ancient aspirants and the gods. So this is the famous Purusha Sukta. It's very enigmatic, very symbolic. It's got lots of depth to it. But and one can write a whole book just on that verse. But I kind of brought you into contact with it to get a sense of its richness, and also to get a sense of the way in which the Purusha is divided into these 4 powers that Sri Aurobindo calls soul powers, soul force. He has the chapter Soul Force and the Fourfold Personality. These are the soul forces of the fourfold personality. That's the Brahmanas, the Rajanya, the Vaishyas, and the Shudra. This is what is going to be talked about again. The whole thing is going to coming back in the Brihadaranyaka
Last 2
Upanishad.
lines, could you read this?
Yeah. You mean by sacrifice? Yeah. By sacrifice, the gods sacrificed to sacrifice. Its dharmas became the first.
Yeah, that part.
The dharma of the sacrifice. What is the law of the sacrifice? In other words, So the sacrifice is being conducted through a certain division of Purusha. What is the law of that division? That's the real idea of the cosmos. That's what the Isha Upanishad is saying, the one sempiternal knew its parts from the beginning. See? How is it portioned out? What are the proportions of the relations by which the cosmos is generated?
Is it something that Sri Aurobindo keeps mentioning, at least two places I remember, that is the unequal concentration, which is the interesting thing. Something, I don't remember.
Unequal concentration of forces. The unequal concentration of forces is what creates proportionality. That's the whole thing about the big and the small, in each of which the whole is present. You see, that's the thing about the law of sacrifice, the law of the cosmos, being an unequal concentration of forces in which the whole is present in every part.
It's like he talks about that the divine has put equal amount of power to seize its, manifestation, to kind of control its manifestation, to make it smaller. To make it small versus big is,
Yeah,
the small has equal amount of concentration in
Yeah.
its being small.
yeah, right. And it relates to what we were discussing about, the experience of being as a gradation. So every grade is a self-knowledge that gives the full scope of infinite gradations of self-experience. That's why the unequal concentration is.
This is it not also bringing that image where the vessel is turned upside down, where the water is pouring with a continuous flow, and that actually gives a static image of solid matter.
Right,
That's
right.
what
Yeah. So indeed, that is also, another way by which this, as the Upanishad is pointing out, the element water becomes matter, so to say, which is the fluid element, which is constantly in flow. It is constantly in becoming, but appears to be
because
static.
it's so flawlessly continuous that it's
Yeah.
actually solid.
Right. Yeah. In fact, this is the what you're talking about goes into the almost the earliest pillar capitals of Indian temples. If you see the pillar capitals of early Indian temples, you'll see that there is an inverted pitcher. It's the Amrita Kalasha, the pitcher of immortality, inverted. So the base is on top and the mouth is at the bottom, and from the mouth the pitcher issues. So the pitcher is really this continuous flow of water that ceaseless and creates the solidity of the foundations of the cosmos. Yeah, that's the symbolic meaning of those pillar capitals.
It also brings the notion of that matter being infinite.
So now moving to the Brihadaranyaka verses about the castes, and I'll read them now, and after that we can break for our break. Verses 11 to 15 of this Brahmana address the castes. 11 goes. In the beginning, this was indeed Brahman, one only without a second. So this term is going to be used again and again, this to describe Brahman. Ekam eva dvityam. One and indeed non-dual. Advityam.
Is this words from the Upanishads or the Sri Aurobindo's version?
No, this is the
Direct
Upanishad,
from the
the
Upanishad.
direct from the
Oh,
Upanishad.
okay. I'm just wondering because I've never read those, but I've
Yeah.
read the translations of the
Yeah. The Sri Aurobindo Upanishad begins exactly with this term. Ekam eva dvityam Brahma. Sadasad rupam sadasad atitam. So that phrase, ekam eva dvityam, which is used in the original Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, is that's the first term of Sri Aurobindo's Upanishad. One only without a second. He being one did not flourish. This term that's being used for flourish, meaning it was just sterile. It was just there. There was no movement to it. It did not blossom. It did not flourish. He projected further an excellent form, the Kshatriya power. The term power is being used here. It's not the Kshatriya, it's the Kshatriya power, right? This is a soul force. It's exerting the soul force of the Kshatriya. The Kshatriya power.
Also, sorry to
Yeah.
So Kshatriya is also a field, right?
Kshetra.
Kshetra.
Yeah.
So
Kshatriya is the ruler of the field.
Okay.
You see, it's the ruling power of the field, of the Kshetra. So that's why he's going to say, even those who are Kshatras among the gods, who are the rulers, the power of rulership is being extended. Indra, Varuna, Soma, Rudra, Parjanya, Yama, Mrityu, and Ishana. These are like the principal gods who control the cosmos. Therefore, there is none higher than the Kshatriyas. So this is a sleight of hand by which the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad is exalting the Kshatriyas as the highest. You see. Thus, at the Rajasuya sacrifice, the sacrifice for making kings, the Brahmana sits below and worships the Kshatriya. He confers that glory on Kshatriyahood alone, that's Brahman. But Brahmanahood is nevertheless the source of Kshatriyahood. See, there's this funny, convoluted codependency that is being established. But Brahmanahood is nevertheless the source of Kshatriyahood. Therefore, even though the king is exalted in the sacrifice, at the end of it, he resorts to Brahmanahood as his source. He who slights a Brahmana strikes at his own source. He becomes more evil as one who slights his superior. So this very interesting kind of relationality that is being set up, which is pertaining to that time. In a way, I think there is a kind of a rivalry in power between the Brahmanas and the Kshatriyas, and in this so-called ideal state, the two are being given equal power in different ways. See? And the Kshatriya is being exalted above the Brahmana, and at the same time is being told that your power depends on the Brahmana. Now, after saying that, it goes 12. Yet he did not flourish. So creating the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas was not enough. Yet he did not flourish. He projected the wish. Now this term wish, from which Vaishya comes, literally means the universe. Vishwa. Vish also means the commonalty, the community. Okay? he projected the wish, those classes of gods who are designated in groups and collectivities, the Vasus, Rudras, Adityas, Vishwadevas, and Maruts. Still, he did not flourish. He projected the Shudra order as Pushan. Pushan is another name for the god of rain. And the word is related to Poshan, which means to nourish. The nourisher, the one who nourishes. The earth is verily Pushan, the nourisher, for it nourishes all that exists. This is the meaning of Shudra that is being given, right? So these four are being created. Two, one who rules, one who gives wisdom to one who rules, the collectivity of people, and the earth itself as that which nourishes. Okay? But it doesn't stop there. Yet he did not flourish. He projected further that excellent form, dharma. This dharma is the controller of the Kshatriya. Therefore, there is nothing higher than dharma. So even a weak man hopes to defeat a stronger man through dharma, as one does with the help of a king. Verily, that which is dharma is truth. Therefore, if a man speak the truth, they say he speaks what is just. And if he speaks what is just, they say he speaks the truth. For justice alone is both these. This sounds really contemporary in terms of what's happening in our country today. The power of justice. Dharma, which is set up as an independent arbiter from all the soul forces. This is the real idea. This is the supramental real idea, see, which holds together all the stratifications of the cosmos. So these, the Brahmana, the Kshatriya, the Vaishya, and the Sudra. Among the gods, Brahman became fire, and among men, he became the Brahmana. He became a Kshatriya through Kshatriya power, a Vaishya through Vaishya power, and a Shudra through Shudra power. Therefore, by fire, people desired the world of the gods and a place among men in the power of a Brahmana. For Brahman existed predominantly in these two forms. Now, if a man depart from this world without realizing his own world, it, being unknown, does not protect him. As the Vedas unrecited, or as a deed unaccomplished, do not protect him. Nay, even if one who does not know it should perform here on earth a great many meritorious actions, those acts will in the end surely perish for him. One should meditate only on the self, atman, as the world. He who meditates upon the self, atman, as the world, his work does not perish. For from this very self, atman, he creates whatever he desires. See? So we'll stop here for a break, but essentially this is the revisionary creation of the cosmos according to the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. It first does this funny codependency between the Kshatriya and the Brahmana, shows the necessity of the Vaishya and the Sudra, presents dharma as that which is superior to all of these, and then presents Atman as the truth of everything. that by which everything is created, is Atman. And everybody has Atmans. That's the complete decentralization. This is the thing about this unequal distribution of forces resting on the whole residing in each individual, in each one of these divisions. Okay, so continuing, we've already read those paragraphs from 11 to 15, so I'm commenting on those. These verses bring us both to a reconsideration of the Purusha Sukta of the Rig Veda and to a reconsideration of the caste system as it was practiced at the time of the Upanishads. This Brahmana contains several allusions to the Purusha Sukta of the Rig Veda, but addresses them in its own way. The creation of creatures and the gods, put forward in the Purusha Sukta as conserving the harmonious order of the Purusha in its sacrificial self-becoming of the cosmos, is challenged in the name of individual identity with the Purusha. It is not the gods or their order that one is to search for first, but one's identity with Purusha. One would then know that Purusha has become all these. And since one is no other than Purusha, the gods are our own creation. In paragraphs 11 to 15, the fourfold order of works in the kingdom through the castes is reviewed. At the time of the Upanishad, a collusion between Brahmanas and Kshatriyas had become hegemonic in the political control of the kingdoms. So this is the condition at that time, that the caste system has solidified. And there is a collusion, and this is not something specific to India. This is happening all over the world. So it's these, whether you call them castes or whatever you call them, you find that a kind of priestly class and a class of rulers are in a state of mutual authorization. You see a great example in Japan, which continues to this time, actually. So the Shinto priests will authorize the Yamato clan as carrying the blood of the sun goddess, right? The elite, in a sense, the divine lineage. And the emperors, the lineage of the emperors, will privilege a certain sect of priests. So this collusion of mutual self-authorization becomes like a closed, hierarchic system. They will then control everybody, and the society will be socialized in the name of that divine translation. This is what I meant by the socialization of the Veda. The Veda is a divine symbolic system. And you take that and you translate it into certain values that attach themselves to specific people or classes of people, and then you make that into the basis of a authorized social system. And that holds. Okay, that becomes like the frozen Veda in a social world.
And not only that, but in practice, it was much more hierarchical than it sounds like when you read the verses. It was
Yeah.
really honoring all four parts.
Yeah.
It's essential. And
That's why it's a revision.
Yeah.
This is a revision. That it is hierarchic, and this text is essentially giving us an ideal state.
Yeah.
That's why it's different. So, at that time, what's happening is this collusion between Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. The Upanishads feature a revisionary scheme, they're revising it, where Brahman knowledge is not restricted, where Brahman knowledge is not restricted to the Brahmanas. In several Upanishads, the teachers of Brahman knowledge are Kshatriyas, or the other castes, including Shudras. See, we'll find this even more so in the other really early Upanishads, which are the Chandogya Upanishads. So in Chandogya Upanishads, you have sometimes Shudras who become the teachers of Brahman knowledge. You have animals that become the teacher of Brahman knowledge. So you have all this kind of total challenging of the hierarchic system. The Chandogya Upanishad, along with the Brihadaranyaka, one of the two earliest Upanishads, features several such countercultural examples. The Brihadaranyaka highlights the teacher Yajnavalkya, who may have been a Brahmana, but a very unconventional one. Paragraph 11 begins by privileging the Kshatriya over all the castes, but brings in the Brahmana as subordinate in political status, but superior in moral status. As an Aranyaka, so Brihadaranyaka, right, that term, it has a number of meanings. So Brihad means vast, and Aranya means forest. So one meaning of it would be the vast forest, the Upanishad of the vast forest. But Aranyaka means of the forest. And what has happened is, from the Veda to the Upanishad, other texts have intervened. And there is already a class of texts where people are taking off into the forest, into the wilderness, and giving us more esoteric versions of the teachings of the Veda. These are called the Aranyakas. So these Aranyaka texts that are limited, we don't have very many of them, but they are like an intermediate between the Vedic texts. After the Vedas come the Brahmanas. See, this is what, the reason why each of these sections is called a Brahmana is because these intermediate texts, which contain legends, rituals, sort of ritualized meanings that relate to a ritualized society, how to conduct these rituals, all this comes in these Brahmanas. But after the Brahmanas, there are some Aranyakas, where people are going into the forests and giving us different meanings. And a collection of all these, one may say, anonymous Aranyaka teachings is collated into what we are reading right now, the Brihad Aranyaka. So it's the vast collection of Aranyaka texts that is the Brihadaranyaka. In that sense, it is an Aranyaka. As an Aranyaka, the Brihadaranyaka was in all likelihood meant for Kshatriyas, since it begins with the image of the sacrificial horse, used in the Ashwamedha Yajna, the sacrifice of related to the coronation of kings, carried out by aspiring emperors or chakravartins, that is the Sanskrit term, the emperor. The Upanishad also features centrally the relation between the unconventional Brahmana Yajnavalkya and a Brahman knowing emperor, the philosopher king Janaka. This idea is coming up for the first time, that kings can also be knowers of Brahman and in close contact with the Brahmans, so that an ideal state would have a certain relationship between the political head and these wandering mystics that would share their knowledge and make the king wise. So that the king was a philosopher king. So that's the model being given to us. It is this ideal relationship that is being referred to in this description of the two higher castes. At the same time, the following two paragraphs, 12 and 13, make clear that these two castes are incomplete by themselves or even together, and that the other two castes, the Vaishyas and Shudra, are no less necessary or important to the whole. This is what he was saying about you can't just, the completeness of Brahman in its social manifestation needs the necessary functioning of all these people. The Vaishya is related to the power of these. The Vaishya is related to the power of the collective or the people, Vish, while the Shudra is related to the power of nourishment. Each of these is also related to a set of gods and hence a world. So each one of them is related to a world. This idea of world. A world is a set of relations that is specific to a certain kind of functioning. It's interesting, this idea of world is also discussed by Sri Aurobindo in the Synthesis of Yoga. What is a world? A world, according to Sri Aurobindo, is a specific relationship between Purusha and Prakriti. Each kind of relationship, what is the poise of that relationship, sets up the conditions for a manifestation. And that manifestation is the context that we call a world. Okay? So here, each one of these castes is in a way a soul force. See, as we saw, the soul force and the fourfold personality. It yields a certain kind of manifestation. That's what makes it a world. See, that behind it is a world of that soul force. In Sri Aurobindo's terms, these would be the worlds of the four aspects of the Divine Mother. See? The world of Maheshwari, the world of Mahakali, the world of Mahasaraswati, and the world of Mahalakshmi. These are the worlds that are related to these soul forces. Finally, verse 14 points to the fact that all four castes taken together are incomplete and that their completeness from a fifth source or root, dharma, is the truth. This, of course, was the ancient idea of caste polity based on the root of dharma being the Purusha, who had become the four castes. Here again we can connect it to Sri Aurobindo as the worlds of the four aspects of the Divine Mother are upheld by the central power of the supramental Mother Aditi, the undivided Mother Aditi. See? And Aditi, so if we go back to the roots of these four in Sri Aurobindo's record of yoga, we'll see that the four aspects of the Divine Mother are related to four Purushas. And behind all the four Purushas is the central Purusha. The system he was using earlier, which he translates into these four, is that of Krishna and Kali, standing at the center. These are the two in one. And then these multiply into the four, having the four words, so to say. So at the center is the real idea. This is what dharma is. Dharma is the law by which the whole is held. That's the supramental law that is manifesting through four directions as four kinds of energies holding together the world. The Upanishad, in reiterating this idea, calls for the proper understanding of the caste-based system in terms of dharma or spiritual right. By this, it does not mean the dharma shastras, texts of legal injunction codifying dharma, which were yet to be written. At this time, there are no dharma shastras. Today, people often equate quote-unquote Hinduism with these texts, these law texts called the dharma shastras. See? So these are yet to be written. So this is when they use the term dharma, they don't mean the dharma shastras. But the realization of Purusha by each caste, leading to the proper functioning of the part in terms of the whole and one. Again, we go back to the whole notion of the part and the whole. Each one has its own realization of the integral one. This is actually going to relate to what the Gita will say later about Swadharma. It will say, your doing your Swadharma even badly is better than doing somebody else's dharma well. And by that what it means is that we have an inner soul connection with the Divine Mother as a certain aspect of emanation. This is the whole idea of the soul forces that are active in us. There's one which is predominant, but all four are there. That's what makes for the integrality of each person. And the uniqueness of each person is in the unequal distribution of forces, the predominance of some unique quality in each of us. And that is what relates us to a unique way of realizing the integral one. Each one has a unique relationship with the integer. And each one has a unique expression of the integer.
Which is brought to fruition by the swabhava?
Yes, exactly. The swabhava is the unique blueprint of being that each one of us contains. And the swadharma is the unique way by which we relate and express that swabhava. Paragraph 15 brings the consideration of the castes to an end by complexifying the privilege accorded to the Brahmana. As the other castes have been related to sets of gods, the Brahmana is related here to Brahman, by implication dharma. So this is what each one of these, you notice that the Kshatriyas are related to some gods, Vaishyas are related to the collectives, and Sudras are related to the nourisher, Pushana. But the Brahmanas are not related to any of the gods. That's why, because the Brahmanas are related directly to Brahman. You see? But what he says is, by implication, the Brahmana is related to dharma itself. The whole idea of the real idea of cosmos is the wisdom of the Brahmana. However, it is not that means that the others are deprived from the real idea. See? But since the Brahmana carries the wisdom of the real idea, hence the aspiration of people who wish to have a place in the world of the gods by the power of Agni, or among men by the power of the Brahmana, is acknowledged. The question of who is a Brahmana, note that nowhere, whether in the Veda or here, are these castes related to any heredity, or any kind of specific lineage of people. This is what Sri Aurobindo is also bringing out in that chapter, Soul Force and the Fourfold Personality. Each of us is related to one of these, but it's not by birth that we can point to our ancestry and say that I am a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Sudra. So the question of who is a Brahmana, whether it is a hereditary status or one defined by some special property, is not explored except to relate Brahma also to Agni among the gods. We may remember the story of Satyakama Jabala from the Chandogya Upanishad. This is also another story from the Chandogya Upanishad, where this question is being raised: what is a Brahmana? There the Brahmana was pointedly denied hereditary status and equated instead to a speaker of truth. So in the story, you have a teacher of the Upanishad to whom a boy comes because he's interested, he's attracted by the community of truth seekers, and asks the teacher to become his disciple. And the teacher asks him, "What caste are you?" So he says, "I don't know." He says, "Go and find out, come back." He goes to his mother. His mother is a servant woman, and she has served many people. And at some time along that line, she became pregnant and gave birth to this boy. And she tells him, "I don't know even who your father is. How can I tell you what your caste is?" So he goes back to the teacher and he reports exactly what his mother said to him. And the teacher says, "Oh, then you're a Brahmana because you speak the truth." And he accepts him as his disciple. This is a very interesting, pointed way by which the Upanishads are challenging this whole hereditary notion, which reflects on what's being talked about here. What is the Brahmana is being left deliberately in a way equated to Brahman power, the power of telling truth, the power of justice, the ability to express the wisdom of the real idea.
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
So, regarding this caste system, ultimately it has to do with the seeking of knowledge and all that. So, if you get into that, for example, mother's yoga of cells of the body, where each cell has to have its own knowledge to be transformed. So there, where is that caste system coming there?
Not caste system
What is
if
the
we
caste
talk.
of a body cell?
Yeah. Not caste system if we talk about it as soul force, then the expression of each particular entity inside us, each thing, the expression, is ruled by some aspect of the Divine Mother. Everything is ruled by some aspect of the Divine Mother. So in the Tantric idea, for example, they talk about reconstituting a divine body by seeing the Divine Mother seated in every part of the body. We can decentralize that to every cell. And we can say that there is some aspect of the Divine Mother even in every cell. It is intrinsic, just like Swabhava, it's a Swadharma. Its what is the law of self-expression of that particular cell. So in the ideal system, these are all spontaneous forms of knowledge. Just as who any individual is not given from the outside. It's a spontaneous form of knowledge that awakens. Like in Tantra, they say we are all born from some deva or aspect of the Divine Mother. So each cell in that sense can also express its connection with some aspect of the Divine Mother that ultimately is an emanation of one of these four forms, but not wholly. That's why it says everything is a combination. Nothing in us is pure. It could be pure. I mean, it depends on what is the emanation. But in most cases, everybody and everything in everybody is a combination of these four with one that predominates.
I mean, can it not be like based on the context? Meaning one body cell, say if you think of the rhizomatic principle, like any cell is an integral, being, actually. So depends on what it's asked for, it serves. So in cases it may serve something like with the Brahman. What I mean to say is that, ideally speaking, shouldn't everything have equal potential of all expressions, and it will express the part that is being asked for at that very moment?
Yeah, no doubt that is the case. But at the same time, every person will have a different answer to the same set of circumstances.
So, but every person can answer in different ways for different circumstances too.
Yeah.
So suppose if person A may answer to context A in a way, and person B can answer the same in the context C, but they both are capable of answering that way, but it might vary in different contexts.
No doubt. So ultimately the idea is, so that's why the whole notion of the four aspects of the Divine Mother, they're being called cosmic Mahashaktis. Mm-hmm. They operate as individuals in the cosmos, but they are self-manifestations of Aditi in supermind. So the yoga of Swadharma is taking us from the avidya to the vidya. And hence, that what's being said is that in the avidya, there is a predominance of one, there's a greater sense of bondage to one over the others. But as we come closer and closer to the supramental origin, it becomes a free choice of what the Divine Mother chooses to express. And also, as Sri Aurobindo points out in that chapter, this does not mean that you cultivate one to the expense of others. He's saying that he's got beautiful descriptions of how each Mahashakti utilizes the other powers for that purpose that expression demands. But so that expression, the uniqueness of expression becomes more and more free the further we progress towards its origin.
Because otherwise it may never become immortal, right?
Yeah.
Immortality means it can what should I say? It can handle everything, any challenge.
Yeah, so there again we come to that notion of what I was discussing about planes of consciousness. Planes of consciousness are also planes of freedom. So the highest plane of consciousness in that sense, a supramental plane, is the plane of maximum creative freedom and is ultimately the full rhizomatic power, the one that can express whatever it wants. But in our progress towards that, we are served by coming into the fixities of the cosmic creation and then going out of it. So, and what you're saying is essentially what this part of the Upanishad is saying, it's revising the idea of the Brahmana, and then revising the idea of the dharma. It does not belong only to the Brahmana, right? The equation of dharma with truth in the previous verse makes the same case by implication. Further, the assertion is made in this verse that individuals who do not know their own world before departing are not protected. This world pertains to their functional soul quality by dharma. Even if they perform a great and holy work, the good they incur gets exhausted. The verse ends by affirming that all beings should meditate on the atman as their true world. So this is where it's kind of ultimately going from this idea of swadharma as one of these four to dharma as the integral truth as belonging to all these four, and then further to atman as being the source of everything. You see? Atman is their true world. Work done by such a person yields results that are not exhausted because he or she can create what she desires from union with the self. These paragraphs on caste are strongly reminiscent of the Bhagavad Gita, which may have drawn some of its teachings on caste and dharma from these verses. The Gita and its contextual text, the Mahabharata, is centrally concerned with the question of dharma and its relation to the castes. It makes a strong assertion that it is better to do badly works of one's own swadharma than doing well works of another's dharma. This is similar to the injunction of these verses of the Brihadaranyaka. By the 18th chapter of the Gita, it is clear that swadharma is neither hereditary nor hierarchical, but what arises from the swabhava of soul quality. Finally, the Gita's last word translates the source of dharma to the Purushottama, or Supreme Person, enjoining a complete surrender directly to this Purusha, since it is the root also of the Swadharma. So this is going back finally to the integral. See, that you may start with a intuition of the Swadharma, but you broaden that and ultimately come to the integer itself, from which the Swadharmas all emerge. So too in our yoga, as we know, it is not really one of the four Mahashaktis that we are asked to make a surrender to, but to the integral Mahashakti herself. It is the Divine Mother who coordinates the action of the four Mahashaktis. Even to know what it is that is one's Swadharma, it is the Divine Mother who reveals that to us.
That can also vary from moment to moment, context to context.
Right.
Is it at all related to Ishta Devata?
That is exactly it, yeah. This is the tantric idea of Ishta Devata is exactly that, yes. Similarly, the Brihadaranyaka enjoins a complete surrender to the Supreme Atman. See here, they won't give the name Purushottama or what, the Supreme Atman, who, as the Supreme Purusha, is the source of all works, understood as yajna, the reverse sacrifice leading back to the reconstitution of Purusha in the creatures. In the Gita, it's in this chapter that Krishna is going to say, I am the Supreme Atman as well. That's how it's connecting with the Upanishads. Both the radical decentralization of the caste system and integral universalism of the individual are worth noting here. There is a world that is a relative universal perspective for each caste and each class of beings. But the self or atman of each individual challenges any caste or class hierarchism as might be supposed to prevail in Vedic society, empowering the individual for equal access to the power that holds the world together. At the same time, it affirms the fact that all diversities that have their relative approaches to the universalism, their world, belong ultimately to one world, the world, whose self, Atman, is individuated as the self or Atman of each individual. So this is the aspect that the teaching is so integral. You have to take all these things into account, as it were. It's pointing to both the uniqueness and the universality in all its teachings. In verse 16, the self-regard of Atman as Purusha, recognizing itself everywhere, is again invoked. This aspect is a very powerful aspect of the contemplative aspect of the Upanishads. Many Upanishads will end with this kind of self-recognition everywhere. The Isha Upanishad will do the same. The Purusha, the Atman recognizing itself as Purusha everywhere. Now from the perspective of the creature who seeks to know the truth of works. What is the work to be done? So it's coming down to a practical teaching. 16. Now this self, Atman, is the word, loka, of all beings. Insofar as he offers oblations in the fire and performs sacrifices, he becomes the word of the gods. Insofar as he studies the Vedas, he becomes the word of the rishis. Insofar as he makes offerings to the forefathers and desires offspring, he becomes the word of the forefathers. Insofar as he gives shelter and food to humans, he becomes the word of humans. Insofar as he gives fodder and water to the animals, he becomes the word of the animals. Insofar as beasts and birds and even ants find a living in his home, he becomes their word. Just as one wishes no injury to one's body, so do all beings wish no injury to him who has this knowledge. All this indeed has been known and well investigated. The paragraph elaborates the ending of verse 15 in that works done in union with the Atman bring whatever results are desired. What kind of a world do you want? You're going to that rhizomatic route. Whatever you want, you can become. See? This is simply because Atman has become everything. Hence, in union with Atman, one can become any world of self-knowing one chooses by extension of identity. The concluding verse of the Brahmana returns us to the wants of the Atman. And again, we are brought back to the beginning. This return to the beginning. It begins with the beginning and ends with the beginning. In the beginning, there was just the self, Atman, one only. He desired, let me have a wife so that I may be born as the child, and let me have wealth so that I may perform rites. This much indeed is the range of desire. Even if one wishes, one cannot get more than this. Therefore, to this day, a man who is single desires, let me have a wife, so that I may be born as the child, and let me have wealth, so that I may perform rites. So long as he does not obtain each one of these, he thinks he is incomplete. Now, his completeness. The mind is his self, speech his wife, the vital breath his child, the eye his human wealth, for he finds it with the eye, the ear his divine wealth, for he hears it with his ear, the body his instrument of rites, for he performs rites through the body. So this sacrifice has 5 factors. The animals have 5 factors, men have 5 factors, and all this that exists has 5 factors. He who knows this obtains all this. So we see how from the Vedic understanding of a social world and human desires, they psychologize it, they interiorize it, and they find the whole thing as a ecology of the self. All that is to be realized is within us, and in realizing it within us, we find it in the world. We saw this in the cosmogonic sequence, where Purusha as subject experienced the bliss of relation upon objectifying itself, and hence sought to enjoy this bliss through separation, leading to a cosmos of plurality, in which the relation of Purusha with Prakriti was multiplied in innumerable creatures. The object of the bliss of relation was the wife. The self-multiplication of subjective-objective polarity in the creatures was its offspring. And the reverse sacrifice of these multiplied creatures in reconstituting the integral Purusha was conducted through the expenditure of experience and energy. This was the wealth needed for the performance of sacrifice. The Upanishad concludes by detailing the subjective equivalents of these wishes in each individual. We saw this earlier. You see, that's how the earlier Brahmanas talked about how the extension of the cosmos took place by the one dividing itself into the two, Purusha and Prakriti, and that following this train of degrees of experience. How all this is ultimately related to the one Atman that exists in each individual as experience, as phenomenology. That is what it returns to, from the cosmic exteriorization to the subjective experience. The Upanishad concludes by detailing the subjective equivalents of these wishes in each individual. Together they constitute the Purusha, bringing integrality. This is the assemblage of the gods. See, this is the individuation we were talking about. The assemblage of the gods. The mind as the self, the word as the wife, the breath as the offspring, the eye as human wealth, and the ear as divine wealth. These 5. We have encountered this 5-fold before in verse 7, when we were told that these are each the seat of the integral Atman, knowing which all these are together known as one. These are the gods with which the description of the sacrificial horse began, and these are the gods with which the 4th Brahmana ends. They are each a special name and form of Atman. Surrender to Atman is to be made through each and all of these, making them the channels for the experience of Atman, in the replication by the individual of the Vijnana of Atman Purusha, which has become the cosmos and each of its creatures as part of the measure of its unbounded infinity.
Could you please repeat the last 3 sentences?
So you see that we see this, that these 5 are invoked from the beginning of the Upanishad, where we find the horse being described with its eyes, with its hearing, with the fire of its mouth, the vayu of its nostrils. These are the gods that have become the faculties that exist in each of us. They are the ecosystem or the ecosophy, the system of knowledge, ecology of knowledge in each of us. So, in a way, what is being done over here is that we are being brought back within to find the fact that the integral whole exists in each of them, but that for individual cosmogenesis, all of them are necessary together. So we have to realize this ecosystem. This is the ecosystem that is exteriorized through this process, just as it was talking about the 3 levels of the fire. Through the process of, relationship, regeneration and reproduction, the bringing together of wealth, and all these are also related to the castes. You see, the creation of a polity, the creation of a social system, all this is ultimately going on inside us as well. Each individual has the faculties which relate to this social system. And they need to realize that the integral one constitutes the individual, just as in an objective sense it constitutes the universe or the world. That is how the Atman became the cosmos. And so bringing it back home, it is by seeing the equivalence and like it starts, that whole stanza starts with desire, that how what we think is desirable is ultimately an inner condition. And in knowing the root by which the one became the many, we return to the one and realize its integrality in ourselves. So, we have encountered this 5-fold before in verse 7 when we were told that each was the seat of the integral one. We saw that. Knowing which all these are together known as one. So each one is the one and together they are the one. They have to be known together as one, not alone. These are the gods with which the description of the sacrificial horse began, and these are the gods with which the 4th Brahmana ends. They are each a special name and form of Atman. Surrender to Atman is to be made through each and all of these. So that's the thing about considering these not only in ourselves but as activities of our psyche. Our ability to see, to speak, to hear, these are all divine. Each one of them is the integral divine. And by adulating them as such and allowing the integral divine to express through them and receiving the integral divine through them, we create the integer in ourselves. The Atman is fully completed through these 5, as it were. Surrender to Atman is to be made through each and all of these, making them the channels for the experience of Atman. in the replication by the individual of the Vijnana of Atman dash Purusha, which has become the cosmos. Remember the Vijnana, that was the way the whole thing began. Atman in a moment seeing itself everywhere. That is the Vijnana. That Vijnana is replicated in us through not only our minds, not only our lives, but specifically through these 5 instruments. See? So each of these, our thinking, our seeing, our hearing, our speaking, and our all our action is that primordial act of Vijnana. So by making the sacrifice or the surrender of each of these to that, we open to the integral life as that original act of Vijnana by which the cosmos has become what it is.
I have a question.
Yeah.
For when Sri Aurobindo uses the word Purushottama,
Yeah.
is that a new creation that he created through his writings, or is that in the Upanishads? Considering you've read
It's not in the Upanishads,
Right.
it's in the Bhagavad Gita. And before the Bhagavad Gita, it's there in the entire tradition known as the Bhagavata. So it's a school of practitioners that ultimately become the originators of the Gita. They follow, here we are talking about Purusha, right? This term Purusha that is being used over here as the supreme Purusha, just like with Atman, right? When we are using the term Atman, they are not making a distinction between the supreme and transcendent Atman and Atman that exists in all of us.
Right, because I believe in the essays of Gita, he speaks of a lower Purusha, a higher Purusha, and then the Purushottama, which is what
Yeah.
it seems like he's saying is synonymous with the Superman.
Right.
With the
So
supreme
this is
absolute
coming
being.
from the Gita, right?
Right.
What he's using is coming from the Gita.
Okay.
So this distinction between a supreme Atman, a universal Atman, and individual Atmans, and again a supreme Purusha, a universal Purusha, and individual Purushas happens over time.
Right.
It's already there in the Upanishad, but these names are not used. But by the time we come to the Gita, we find that these terms are being used.
Right, because it's the Vedas, the Upanishads, and then the Gitas, right?
Yeah.
As time,
Yeah,
as through space-time.
correct,
The sequential order.
correct, correct. So Purushottama is used for what is when they use the term Purusha here or Atman here, they're using it at the same time for what is inside us and what is the supreme. And they're using it deliberately because they want us to focus on the fact that what we call ourselves is no different from the one being that has become everything. They're trying to draw attention to that. But later over time, they start making these classifications. It becomes necessary because there's so many different voices and so many distinctions to be made. But in this early period, they're deliberately keeping it simple because by that simplicity, we are being drawn to put our concentration on the one that has become the many. Yeah. So that is how we are to make this surrender to Atman through each and all of these, so that there's a replication in the individual of the Vijnana of Atman Purusha, which has become the cosmos and each of its creatures, as part of the measure of its unbounded infinity. You see, that's the whole thing, because in itself it is an unbounded infinity. but it is measuring itself. That's the whole meaning of cosmos. It's measuring itself. That's why the relativity of the different durations of self-experience by which we have the multiplicity expressed as cosmos. And the measurer is the Maya. See, Maya literally means the measurer. So Maya Shakti, supramental, what Sri Aurobindo calls the divine Maya, see, is the power by which Shakti measures out the gradations of Vijnana. To get to that, we need to do the surrender to all these 5 powers, that ultimately each one holds the whole, and together they constitute the whole of who we are. John Robert.
The surrender in that context means let go of the smallness that we cling to.
Surrender in this context, that is one aspect, one way of thinking about it. But surrender in this context, it goes back to this idea of the sacrifice of Agni, of fire. In other words, there is a will to divinity inside us. However we see it, each one of us may think of it differently. But, in this Upanishad, they're calling it the will to immortality. They're calling it the will to immortality because, in a way, the whole idea of the sacrifice of Purusha, the sacrifice of the horse, is an immortal life that has tasted of death, that has known the obliteration of itself. And that self-extinction has become a law of the cosmos. And the replication of the horse is ultimately the replication of immortal being. How can that self-extinction be erased? This is the aspiration for the immortal. That, as they're saying, that is being achieved in so many ways. You start off by trying to survive as a species. How can I endure? By replicating myself. See, right from the single-celled animal, right, that knows how to split itself so that other pieces of it may continue even when one piece is destroyed. How can we survive in some way? So that drive, that aspiration, is the fire that is in all things. And that is the sacrifice that is being talked about. So each one of our faculties has a will in it, which will can either go towards its self-satisfaction, right? The satisfaction of its pleasure, or can become a concentrated will towards its own divinity, its own persistence. That is ultimately the sacrifice that's being talked about. So we are being constantly returned to the image of the real idea, the idea of the immortal horse that has been sacrificed, and that from its pulverized state of absence is returning as the cosmos. And at the level of you and I, is voicing itself in words and reminding us, come back to me. I am your reality. And everything in us can sacrifice to that. In other words, calls for that. I mean, think of it. I mean, even in every way, say, so you was talking, Jay was talking about the Siddhi day, right? Sri Aurobindo had a realization and he went into seclusion, closed the doors on the people. Why did he do that? Because of the sacrifice to the supermind. He said, I have to hold back my energies, concentrate them, and make a one-pointed effort at the next stage, which needs everything in me. See? So this is the sacrifice of the energies in us, every energy in us, towards the work to be done for integral divinization.
So the sacrifice, if I'm understanding what you're saying, is both a rejection or a setting aside of something that's called for at this level,
Yes.
and an offering of the energy of that activity to this other level.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, John Robert. It's the image of another kind of functioning than the compromise that we inherit. See, at every stage, something is given to us, and already it is built on all the various sacrifices that have brought us to this point in the evolution. And at this point, that evolution becomes conscious because we discover the root, the central will, by which we take everything in us, all these faculties, and aspire for a new functioning, which we don't have at this point.
Thank you.
The same as karma yoga, right? Sacrificing karma yoga.
So, sacrifice as karma yoga is, if you understand karma yoga in this way, so because that's the whole thing about all these terms have got so many meanings, karma yoga is the yoga of works. So, all our works can be made an instrument of this sacrifice that I'm talking about. You see, that why do we work? What is the meaning of work? The meaning of work is the struggle for divinity. That's the very meaning of work. Everything in the cosmos, well before the human, is at work because it's struggling to survive. Yes, so.
You were speaking, I was thinking about Savitri and
Yes.
Satyavan being essentially the death of Satyavan being the sacrifice that was necessary in order for Savitri to teach us the path to immortality.
Right, right.
That's a good example, I think. So Savitri at first resists the sacrifice. She's in grief and she doesn't want to face it. She's in rebellion. She says, I'll die with him. And then she's
Her mission dawns on her. Her mission dawns on her.
yeah.
She's,
And she's told by her
Yeah.
higher voice.
that's right, yeah. Yeah, so that is it. That's the, when we are talking about told by our higher voice, that's the whole thing about the revelation comes to us. It's only at a certain point. I mean, in the evolution, it's at the point of the human. But even in the human, in the individual, It's only at a certain point that it comes. It comes as a vision where all these faculties, these gods as they were, suddenly awaken to what they're called to become. That they are the faculties of the divine Purusha. So that dawns on us. And when that dawns on us, it calls for the sacrifice towards divinity. So the Upanishad, this is the fourth Brahmana of the Upanishad. I think this is one of the most powerful Brahmanas of this particular Adhyaya. And it's kind of like the Adhyaya is interesting. It's like a lot of Savitri is like that. It kind of goes into a crescendo and then it comes down. So, this is the crescendo of this Upanishad. We find that it gives us this view, this vision of the parts and the whole. That in that sense, this particular Brahmana is the closest to that Purna mantra, that each part is the whole, and yet together they're also the whole. And we cannot ignore either aspect. See, we are individually the whole, each part of us is the whole, and together it is the whole. And together we are the whole. See? And to keep all this together in our consciousness is the integrality of the integral. Somebody was talking about the fractal. See? So this is the fractal, but it's not a trivial fractal. It's a really complex fractal, which calls on us to awaken the root of the Vijnana, the one that knows itself to be whole in all its parts. That is the sacrifice to that. The sacrifice to that vision, to that knowledge, conducted centrally and in all our parts. Yes, Mother.
When we can sacrifice our parts and sacrifice our individual self, can it be simultaneous with the sacrifice of the collective, or does that, maybe it's and or, but it seems to me like some sacrifice to the parts and to the individual might be necessary as a precursor to understand how to do it collectively.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. Because you see, what we call the collective at this point, just as individuals are given, we arrive in a certain way. We arrive not merely as psychological and physical beings, we arrive as cultural beings. We arrive already determined by history and by the society which we are born into. See? Similarly, our collectives arrive in a certain way. They have assumptions that guide the parameters around which experience may occur. Values are held. So it is almost never possible to find a collective before one learns how to separate oneself from the collective. Right. And that's the part that's the most difficult, particularly in our times. Because our times, what we call the time of the Anthropocene, is a time when all across the world and all across the earth, the footprint of the modern human has established itself. It's very difficult to extricate yourself from it. It's infiltrating us. So to create a new horizon of experience, you need that separation. You need to create a new body of sacrifice. And that, when that is brought into contact with others of that kind who are making that same effort, ignites into a collective. That has to happen at a certain point. There's an urgency for it, a tremendous urgency for it. But one cannot force its hand. The individual has to come first. And it's only at a certain point when there is a critical mass of individuals that it can grow into a collective movement. And one thing to take away from all this is also the importance of understanding the stakes involved. You see, it's a very important point because this is what has happened in the world. You had two beings who really knew the stakes involved and created a teaching and even an environment where that teaching could be lived. But those who lived after they left didn't understand the stakes involved. So it's so easy to take it away from them. They couldn't fight to keep it, or they fought, but there weren't enough of them. Large numbers inundated the work. This is what we're seeing all around us.
And
Yes, Ram.
how to feel. I mean, I know that my surrender is not complete because I can't answer this question, but how to feel at one in honoring of those who seem to have given themselves 100% over to the demonic forces. I mean, how to...
One has to separate. One cannot, you see, that is the thing. That, yes, the divine lives in all of us.
Yeah.
But it becomes just a platitude to say that and not realize the fact that that divine is being denied by these same beings who, in a sense, are covered over with the denial. See? That's what we started with, the freedom to refuse.
Yes.
And the freedom to refuse creates a very different world.
Well, it's very hard for me not to see them as the enemy. I'm sorry, but...
Yeah, but you see, that's the thing that...
And that, I know, is not helping.
Well, one has to, that's why we are given a certain world which is going in a different direction. It's not the world that is calling for that which we want. So we have to first know how to separate ourselves from it. We cannot identify with that. We have to separate ourselves from it. And then out of that separation come the means and methods by which we can interact with that world in a strategic manner. See, it is a war, there's no doubt about it. There's a war going on all over the world today. This is why, thinkers like Deleuze are talking about the war of the world. It's the war machine, as they call it.
I'm happy to hear you say that because I can separate, but I've always felt like my ability to separate is kind of a problem. And so to view that as a preliminary necessity,
Yeah,
that's helpful.
absolutely, absolutely. So you see, Sri Aurobindo and the mother made no bones about the fact that there was a terrible war going on in their times. They didn't say, this was a major thing that was happening during the Second World War. Gandhi wrote a letter to Churchill saying, why are you fighting against these Nazis? Just let them come and take you over. And by the power of love, overcome them. And Sri Aurobindo was saying, let not anybody over here in this ashram side with the Germans. If you would like to do that, please come and tell me so that I can dissolve this ashram. This is what he writes. He says, you want me to dissolve this ashram? I will do that happily. You guys are going absolutely against the divine. So the stakes involved have to be understood. The stakes involved are not trivial, and it's not a platitude by which we understand these things. The power with which he expresses it, he says at one place, the anti-divine forces have the world in the palm of their hands. We can't forget that. You see, we have to understand what that means, because in our ignorance, we don't see it. We don't understand it. We allow things to happen in our lives without knowing what the depth of the stakes involved are. So at least for ourselves, we have to create the separation for the values to dawn on us. What is the weight of what is required? Yeah.
Just the last point that you were mentioning, that Sri Aurobindo and the mother, what the methods might be. One thing that helps me is to know that they had methods for counteracting the dark force. That they applied them, that they were direct, they were unique, realized beings. But I believe that just as we can learn this yoga, that we can learn those methods. And not to say I know them, but I am asking. I think we can have an aspiration to know those methods.
Yeah, no, of course, each one of us has to find our own strategies, firstly for survival.
Yes.
See, this is the thing. Leave alone methods to deal with it. We are compromised by it all the time. So our first method is aspiration. You see, it's only by the power of aspiration that the grace can bring some protection to us. This is the first power. We need protection in our lives. We need small oases which can keep the forces away. And we need sincerity by which we don't become compromised from inside. You see? If that is done, to the extent that is done, this is again the work of survival. It goes back to the very original meaning of work today. If that is done, to the extent that that is done, new means will come. New opportunities will come to expand the ambit of that circle, of that oasis. See? Sri Aurobindo entered yoga not looking for knowledge. He entered yoga to find the means to throw out the colonial powers. We should never forget that. From beginning to end, it's a revolutionary yoga. It's not a yoga for just having some sort of platitude of peace. So that's something that, we have to experience in our lives.
As Sri says, no, the only goal is to be, to live in the divine consciousness, and even if divine uses me to go to hell, I don't see why not. That's the kind of surrender he was talking about, that you have to be ready to go to hell.
Right. I think we can end with a meditation.